Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. So, first things first, thank you to everyone for subscribing. Let's get to it. So, I posted asking you to give me your questions for the 100K. Adopt Me Gang says, huge congratulations, well deserved. Thank you very much, Adopt Me Gang. And just making sure my audio is okay. If there's any problems with my audio, let me know in the comments. Hopefully, we're all right. Okay, so let's have a look here. At the question, so I'm going to remove my. How long have I been muted? Hold on, it's been almost 10 minutes now. The voice of distance of the despot was crushed by YouTube machine. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't know I was muted. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, guys. All right. So we'll go back. Does the despot believe we're past the worst of woke entertainment? So basically, yes, we're past it. And I'll explain why. So Twisters came out, and I think there was supposed to be a climate change allegory in that, and they edited that out of the movie. Beetlejuice 2 also had a climate change message in it, which they edited out clearly. When you first see the main character, she's putting up these climate action posters, and that's edited out. Gay romance was edited out of Inside Out 2, and the head of Disney Animation, Jennifer Lee, was fired because she was obviously doing a terrible job and putting all this woke crap in there, so they got rid of her. Um, the Ray movie was cancelled, I think, and Blacked in America had to do reshoots. Doctor Who, Borderlands, and The Crow, all woke crap basically. In The Crow, the main character was pussified; he was emasculated, appallingly received. Borderlands, the main character was a girl boss, very just dreadful. Everybody hated Doctor Who, and it's basically been cancelled. So all of that adds up to, I would say, yes, we're about to come out. Yeah, it's our Concord having to be taken off the servers because they spent $400 million on it. Yeah, that was a disaster. So I'd say, yeah, we're past peak woke. So all right, let's get on through these slides because there's quite a few of them to get through. So from Viper V977, I think I answered that, but I don't know if I was muted at the time. Sorry about the mute, guys. Um, I said the 90s is my favorite decade for movies, and my favorite filmmaker is probably Spielberg. But I also like Kubrick, David Lynch, Hayao Miyazaki, and Clint Eastwood. All right, so moving on. What is the despot's favorite Marvel movie, if there are any at all? My favorite Marvel movie is probably the first Captain America. And do a video on the new Joker movie. It's terrible. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm writing the script for that at the minute. I just started today. I've been writing I've had a couple of ideas, and I'm so disgusted by that Joker movie. It's so empty and vapid and stupid and pointless, and just everything is wrong with it. The only positives I've heard about it are that it looks good. Brendan Gleeson's very good at it, and the acting's very good, but that almost makes it worse because all of that talent, all of that hard work that at least some people put into it, the cinematographer and the actors, it was just wasted. It was wasted by an appalling script and just terrible, terrible. Well deserved success, Despot. I'd like to see you branch out beyond analysis of pop culture and mainstream entertainment and the ideological hamster wheel it spawns in order to answer the following. If culture is upstream of politics, what is upstream of culture? Uh, so culture is upstream. That's a right wing cliche that I just disagree with completely. Look at countries like Germany or even Korea. These were countries which at one point were culturally unified, but today they have very different cultures. Hi, everyone. Sorry again for the technical issues. Please let me know if there's any audio problems or anything like that. So that was I have no one else checking on me on this stream, so help me out if I am having any technical issues. I really appreciate it. And again, sorry for the technical issues. Okay. So let me bring back the slide that I was sharing. So yeah, I was briefly discussing uh, culture being upstream of politics, which I don't believe. Anyway, let's move on. And also, I wouldn't do a political channel. I don't like day to day politics, it's too depressing. So, Magical Pixie Horse asks, did you figure out that the writers of Rings of Power switched the sides of good and evil on purpose? The orcs are literally victims, and Sauron is their hero. It seems like it's not an accident. What do you think? The orcs are literally victims. There's an aspect of that. I think the way they're presenting it is that the orcs are the victims of Adar's brutal generalship, and Sauron is, in some sense, presented as their liberator, something like that. Okay, hold on. I've got a super chat here I want to read. So Toivo Korhonen says, my grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, a time of peace, when the powerful African Queen Cleopatra kept balance between the girl bosses, non-men, and the Yas slay bitches. But that all changed when the white supremacists attacked. Well, your grandmother should be a historian because she seems to be very well informed. All right. So let's move on to Creeper Weirdo 1169. Who are some of the most overrated directors? I love that question because it got me thinking, and I did a little bit of research. And what I found was that I don't think there are any overrated directors. And let me explain what I mean by that. Because a director has, or at least is considered to have, is attributed the most creative control over a project, or the most control that you can have over a project. Because of that, when they fuck up, they're generally exposed. Everybody knows they fucked up and they can't hide. It's like an overrated fighter. Like, remember Ronda Rousey? You know, she was overrated until she wasn't, until she was exposed. It's similar with directors. When they fuck up so badly and on such a big stage that they can't really hide the fact that they were overrated. And I've got some examples here. So Damien Chazelle, he came out with Whiplash, and a lot of people thought, "Okay, wow, this guy's amazing. He's some sort of prodigy." And then he went on to do La La Land, which I didn't like. A lot of people did like it, and his star sort of rose with that. But then he did Babylon, and Babylon is awful. It's just a dreadful movie. It's so pretentious and up its own arse and all over the place and so boring. Like, that's the worst part of it. It's trying to be crazy and bizarre and this fun party movie, but it's actually just really fucking boring. So I think he got exposed as a very overrated director. Another one is Leslie Headland. Now, obviously, the Acolyte director is like, what? Anybody ever thought she was good? Some people thought she was good after she did Russian Doll, but no, she's not good. She's Leslie Headland. Okay, she's awful, and she was exposed, obviously, with the Acolyte to anyone that still thought she wasn't an idiot. Patty Jenkins, who she did the first Wonder Woman movie, which apparently she didn't even direct. Apparently, it was shadow directed by somebody else. And then they thought, oh yeah, she's really talented. Let's give her another one. And Wonder Woman 1984 turned into a disaster, so she was exposed. J.J. Abrams is another one. He was once thought of as Hollywood's golden boy. And then he made a whole bunch of shite. And then the last Star Wars movie kind of took him off the radar. And I honestly don't know anything that he's done since The Rise of Palpatine. Taika Waititi is another one. He was an overrated director for a while, and then he was exposed with Thor Love and Thunder, I think it's called, that last Thor movie, which was a disaster. I think it lost a bit of money, and it wasn't one of the bigger bombs that Marvel have had, but I do think it lost money, and it was an awful movie. So just no, that was dreadful. And Ari Aster is an example of a director who I think isn't overrated. He did Hereditary, and then he did Midsommar, which I know a lot of people don't like, but I do quite like Midsommar. although I think it has problems. It's not as good as Hereditary. And then his most recent one is actually with Joaquin Phoenix. It's Is Bo Afraid, which is a really bizarre Lynchian movie, but very well directed. And there's a lot to like about it. So, of all those directors I just named, who at one point were all, they had rising stars and they were the big new name to pay attention to, Ari Aster's the only one I think that wasn't overrated. So, like I say, directors can be overrated, but they do eventually get exposed. Is there a director that everyone hates that you like? I wrote Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich because their movies are so entertaining. So, what's a movie people think you would hate but actually love? I don't know if I certainly don't love it, but I did enjoy Megalopolis. I thought there were things to like about it. It's a mess, and anyone who says it's a masterpiece is just fart sniffing. It's not, but it might be a trashterpiece, and that's no small thing. To make a true trashterpiece, that's really impressive, and I think that that's what Megalopolis might be. And fair play, because it could end up being the greatest trashterpiece of the 20s and turn into a cult movie. Obviously, not what he intended, but it's something. If you could make everyone in the world watch one film, what would it be? I don't know. Ghostbusters, because it's fun and entertaining. What's the oldest film you've ever watched, and did you like it? So the two oldest films I've ever watched are The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind, both of which I thoroughly enjoyed. So Modyug says, I love your Despot rewrites fixes like Velma and Rop. Are there any more of those coming? I love those too, but they did appallingly. Even if the numbers on them look okay now, at the time when I released them, they both flopped horribly. The Velma one just did awful. It absolutely bombed. So I don't really want to. I do little ones. I do little fixes. So, for example, in my DEI video, I finished it with a kind of fix for the Terminator franchise. And my idea of fixing it is to basically just do a parody of it. Because I think that's all that's left of the Terminator franchise. I don't think you can do anything that's really genuinely creative anymore. I think it's a creatively inert franchise, and the only thing left now with it would be just a cheap parody, basically. I got a super chat from Magical Pixie Horse. He says, Tim Miller cried when revealing his anthology show about games. I don't know if it's embarrassing or if his show really was a huge accomplishment. All right, thank you very much, Magical Pixie Horse. All right, so the next slide here. Kenstrump, I really enjoy your channel. I love to hear you. I can't read that because there's a little slide counter in the way. Bizarre phenomenon of Hollywood attacking its fans and customers. Apparently, this is still ongoing if the early reviews of Joker 2 are to be believed. Yeah, but I wonder how much longer it can last. Joker 2 is a movie which seems to exist to attack the people who liked the first installment in the franchise, which is utterly bizarre. It's one of the reasons I despise the movie so much. It's such a spiteful, nasty, boring movie, and I'm so glad it bombed because it absolutely deserved to bomb. I'm beginning to wonder now. I thought that this, in the worst of awards, most deserved flop would definitely go to The Acolyte. I'm not convinced now. I think maybe Joker 2 is going to get it because it really did deserve to flop. I'm so glad it did. And as for the general phenomenon of Hollywood attacking fans, rage bait marketing died in basically with Velma and then Barbie. When Barbie came out, it was a very positive marketing campaign and it worked. There was a movie earlier this year called The Magical Society of Magical Negroes or something like that. And it completely bombed. And they tried rage baiting. They tried a rage bait trailer and it didn't work at all. It was disastrous. And the director actually had to come out and beg people to ignore the trailer. That's how bad it was. So I think the days of attacking fans is over. But I will add one exception to that: Lucasfilm. Disney Lucasfilm will continue to attack the fans as long as Kathleen Kennedy is there. She is just, well, she's Kathleen Kennedy. Do you know what I mean? I could throw out all the nouns and adjectives in the world, but hey, she's Kathleen Kennedy. I think that's pretty much the worst thing you can say about any executive. All right, so Begobrix, when you successfully become the despotic leader of the entire world, what will your tax policy be like? Low taxes, low government liabilities. Thomas Sowell-onomics. America Bison, congratulations. My question would be, do you think there needs to be a return to 2D animation in Hollywood? I'm not a big animation guy. I'm not into animation particularly, and I don't really care if it's a 3D or 2D animation style. As long as the movie is good, the script is good, and it's got soul, I don't really care that much what the animation style is. Although I do understand that the animation style should be innovative. I think it can be any style it wants as long as it's innovative and trying to do something new and interesting. And John W says, I'd love to hear your opinion on Arcane. Arcane's a masterpiece. It might be the greatest TV show of this decade. And I know that's a big compliment, but there's not actually that much competition. The only other great shows of this decade I can think of are Shogun, One Piece, and Andor. Squid Game as well. It's a very good show, although it does have problems. So there's really only a small handful of really great shows this decade, and Arcane is the best. Random Film Talk has an excellent series on Arcane. And of course, his videos on Arcane flopped because they're very positive reviews and they don't do well in the YouTube algorithm. But if you want to watch really good videos about Arcane, really good Arcane analysis, check out Random Film Talks videos on them. They're excellent. Cartoon Zombie for $5. What's your perspective on religion, and are you following one? I am not any sort of religious scholar, and I'm not someone who's going to expound at length about religion, but I am a Christian. All right. 702 Battleborn 777. In your last video, you mentioned End of Watch. Did you not like that movie? I'm not going to lie, man. I've never seen End of Watch. I just assumed it shit because it looked shit. 2, one of my favorite movies is Catch Me If You Can. Have you seen it? And if so, can you explain why I love it so much? I've seen Catch Me If You Can many times. It is a brilliant movie. For a long time, it was one of Spielberg's underrated movies, but I think the culture has finally caught up to it, and it's much more appreciated now. The soundtrack for that movie is incredible, and the chemistry between Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks is amazing. Like, you could make a video just talking about the chemistry between those two. They are fucking brilliant in that movie. That is a great movie. It's so well paced. The music, everything. It's just peak Spielberg. I absolutely love that movie, and it's a good time. It's entertaining, and it's got great themes. That's why Spielberg's my favorite filmmaker, right? Because he does shit like that. And people didn't even notice at the time. They just thought it was a fun time, like a fun movie, and they didn't realize how good it actually was. Lastly, I'd love to hear any commentary you have on the UFC. And why Mighty Mouse. Well, Mighty Mouse is Mighty Mouse. My favorite fighter of all time is probably Daniel Cormier, though Mighty Mouse might be the GOAT. Although, I mean, there's a good argument, obviously, that what's his name, the Dagestani guy, Habib is maybe the GOAT as well. But I mean, the UFC right now, one thing I miss about it is the personalities, because the fighters are just so fucking boring now. They don't have the big personalities and the big names that they had in the 2010s. It's got kind of shit. Like, UFC 300 was fucking pathetic, man. Like, you just looked at that roster and you thought, what the fuck? You compare that with, like, UFC 200 turned out to be a disaster, but they had so many big names on that, like, over the different iterations of UFC 200. And in the end, they had to have Brock Lesnar headlining it, which was tragic. But it's because all the other fighters pulled out. But they had some big names at the time. The UFC needs big names again, because the fighters might be very good, but they don't have name recognition. And my favorite fighter at the minute is Kai Kara-France. I just love the guy, and he's so small, but he has amazing knockout power. It's unbelievable, like a guy that small with such power. And he's a nice guy. He's a great guy. He's not one of those dickheads who thinks if I'm really nasty and mouthy, then I'll get attention. No, he's respectful, and he seems like a great guy, and that's why I like him. So he's probably my favorite fighter at the minute. The Denati, congratulations on 100K, brother. You deserve it. I'm recommending your videos left and right. Judging from the Dread video, you are, again, I can't read because of this slide. Let me see if I can adjust this, actually. Full screen layout. Okay. You're familiar with Tarantino's movies very well, at least Reservoir Dogs. What do you think of Tarantino's later movies, such as Hateful Eight and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? By the way, guys, I'm getting paranoid that I removed myself from the stage. Can the chat please tell me if I'm still audible? Can you hear me right now? Just let me know in the chat if you can still hear me and if the audio is still coming through, because I'm getting paranoid because of the technical issues I had at the start of the stream. All right, Dan James, yes, Melvin Deeply. All right, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So Phoenix R81, do you live in South Korea? If so, why do you live there? Yes, I live in South Korea. I moved here in 2012, and I sort of went back and forth. I lived in France for a year in 2013 to 2014. But I live in South Korea because I came here to teach English because it was either this, well, it was either that or basically go play keyboard in a wedding band and play, shitty wedding songs for not much money, like not bad money, but not great. And I just thought, fuck, I'd rather go and travel and do stuff like that than play songs that I hate at weddings. James McNeil, congrats and all hail the despot. Love the Dread review. Nice to see it getting the love it deserves. And thanks everyone for watching that Dread video and commenting, because that was by far my most watched, like it's my most successful positive review yet. So I really appreciate that. It's nice to have a positive review get at least some attention, because it is really hard to get eyeballs on a positive review. Gabe Itch, congrats on 100K, boss. Did you watch The Trap? Bad. I have not watched The Trap. Anyway, so what do you think of Tarantino's later movies, such as The Hateful Eight? The Hateful Eight was so fucking boring that I couldn't finish watching it. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I watched once, and I did enjoy it, but it dragged a bit, and I'd need to watch it again to really know what I think of it. But basically, I'm not so sure about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Anyway, Melvin Deeply is sure what he thinks of it. He says Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is shit. So there you go. But I'd need to watch it again to really make up my mind on it. But Hateful Eight bored me to tears. I was just bored out of my fucking mind watching that movie. Could you explain the origins names of your regular characters, please? Such as the one. Yeah, okay. So John Normie, I basically conceive of John Normie as Kenny from South Park. When he shows up, he gets killed. And that's the joke, basically. And he's very polite and he says things nicely, but he gets killed because he doesn't understand that you're not supposed to say that, So that's his kind of role. He's like Kenny from South Park. Mr. Reflection is from a Netflix documentary called Jesus, I can't even remember. Pixels or something like that. And it was actually quite a good documentary. It was about the origins of various video games, but it was during that time when everything in Netflix had to be woke, and every single episode had its own little dedicated woke section. And Mr. Reflection showed up talking about how incredible it was to see black players in Madden 95 or something like that. And then he asserted that this was the first time black characters had ever appeared in a video game, which is complete nonsense. Like Mike Tyson had a game in 1987 and Street Fighter had black, and there were plenty of other games with black characters, but he was convinced that it was Madden 95. And some of the shite he was coming out with was so hilariously ridiculous that he eventually just became a character in my channel because I kept referencing him. Then Carrie Mulligan, she first showed up in my She Said review, and she's so unhinged and ridiculous in that movie during that bar scene that I just had to keep using her as a meme, and now she's a character. And then Non-Playable Sheep was a means of presenting counter arguments in an entertaining way, because a mistake that a lot of YouTubers make is they present straw men or steel men in a boring way, and then they argue against it, but they're doing it with their own voice. So you don't know, you kind of get a bit confused which one is their argument and which one is the opposing argument. So it's more entertaining, and it's just easier to argue with Non-Playable Sheep than to present the opposing argument in a very dry way. So that's just more, and he's a fun character, Non-Playable Sheep. He's a lot of fun. He's actually my favorite character out of the bunch. And then Karen iPhone comes from a game called Cruelty Squad, and Richard Nixon was the president of the United States. Slick Pete Flash says, congrats on 100K. Well deserved, fella. I recently rewatched Zodiac and forgot how much I love it. Have you seen it? What are your thoughts? I have seen Zodiac. I'm a big Jake Gyllenhaal fan, and I quite like it. I think it's a good movie, but I haven't seen it in ages, like years. So maybe I was a teenager when I saw that, so I'd need to watch it again to really know. Sora Triforce. By the way, what are your thoughts on? I haven't seen the Ridley Scott's Napoleon director's cut yet. It's the original was so fucking bad. I don't think I could be bothered with it. Okay, so Tinted Vision Movie says, massive congrats. Do you think Rings of Power Season 2 is worse than the first, or does it feel like diminishing returns? I think it's worse than the first because they had every opportunity to improve. It would have been very easy to improve, just have less characters, get rid of those stupid fucking non-trailer trash hobbits, get rid of the Numenor story, get rid of not Gandalf, kill off Don Lemonlass and his wench, and that kid, and put Isildur in a corner somewhere until you need him, and that would have made the show better. But no, they persisted. They made all of the same problems again, and it's just worse now because it's kind of not even funny anymore. It's just boring. So no, I hate Rings of Power so much. I'm so bored of it. I'm not even going to do a video on Rings of Power season 2. John MC Wick, what do you think about Attack on Titan? I haven't had a chance to watch Attack on Titan, unfortunately. I did watch some of Master Samwise's videos because John Wick, he recommended I watch some, and they're pretty good. He's good. You should check out some of his videos. All right, moving on. So Uber Wolf King says, congratulations on the much deserved milestone. I believe 500K will be here before you know it. Curious about your thoughts on The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Yes, I did watch this, and I watched it specifically because you asked me about this, Uber Wolf King. I couldn't get past 20 minutes of that movie because I was really having to make an effort to care about the character and to care about what happened in the movie. And then I just thought to myself, if I have to force myself to watch this, if I have to make a real effort to give a shit about the main character, then they've done it wrong. It's probably just a bad movie. He even says here, I adored the movie back when it came out in theaters and plan to rewatch it soon to verify that it holds up. I don't know if it does. I think the movie basically forgets to make you care about the main character before it introduces him and sends him on his journey. I just didn't give a shit about him, and I gave up trying to force myself to care about him and just couldn't make it 20 minutes in. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but I just don't care about anything that was happening in the movie. So, Gaiden Nodza says, huge congratulations on 100K subs. Been here since 8,000 or thereabouts. I have a question. Please, can you do a podcast on how mid, as in mid, the Deadpool and Wolverine movie is? Well, the Deadpool and Wolverine movie is shit, but it's entertaining shit. And it's the kind of entertaining shit that people will show up for in large numbers because the cinema is so bad nowadays and there's so little there for them that they'll go to see a throwback movie with a couple of characters that they like, even if it is a big steaming mess of a movie. Its mechanics are all over the place in terms of the world building. It is a mess. But, whatever. It's fine. I heard it described quite well by Movie Cynic as a Happy Meal movie. It's junk food. It's slop. It's slop for the masses. Just let them have their slop. I'm not offended by it. I'm never going to watch it again, and I don't really care. It's fine. Ross Murray says, I noticed the use of music from N64 games in some of your videos. Any favorites? Yeah, my favorite N64 games are Perfect Dark, Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, Mario Kart, Rogue Squadron, GoldenEye as well. Those are all great games. I played the shit out of those games when I was a kid. Absolutely loved them. The N64 was definitely the best. What was that, third generation console? Just because it might have been, or was it fourth generation? Shit. Not sure, but that generation of consoles, the N64 was the best just because of the quality of the games. All right. And Mobo says, congrats. Can you tell us? Oh, yeah. Puggles says Turok. Yeah, Turok 2 is a great game. Congrats. Can you tell us, is there a really good film right now worth time and money? Man, I was really struggling to find really good movies to recommend for 2024. I've got a list here. So this is the IMDb list. They have 33 titles of the highest rated movies of this year so far, and this has been a shite year. And chat, let me know if you know of any good movies that came out this year, because I can identify only 2 that I would genuinely recommend. So Dune Part 1 is the highest rated so far, which I think is correct. I think that is the best movie of the year so far. Then Furiosa. Furiosa is a take it or leave it 7 out of 10 movie. Same with Inside Out 2. Take it or leave it 7 out of 10. And then just a whole heap of shite. Like Young Woman in the Sea, Challengers I haven't seen, Deadpool and Wolverine, Beetlejuice, which is a mess. I have seen The Substance. I'll talk about that in a bit. Civil War. Man, I watched Civil War a few days ago, and it's bad. Like, it is such a bad movie. It doesn't even attempt to justify its world build. It cannot get you invested in the premise in any way. You don't give a shit about the characters. I'm not going to spoil it, but there's something that happens to a character, and you're supposed to really care, and I could not care less. Fuck me, that's a bad movie. What the hell was Alex Garland thinking? Hopefully that was a kind of a brain fart. Even great directors have them, and his next movie will be much better, because Civil War was shite. Moving on. Congratulations from a long-time subscriber. Is there a chance that you make a video on Don't Worry Darling? And that's from No Name No nickname required. I would like to because I want to make a kind of Me Too trilogy. So I've done women talking and she dead, and I think that Don't Worry Darling would be a nice addition to that playlist. So Dennis Skyler951 Furman gives me $10 and says, I'm black and gay. Congrats on 100K. Well, I am neither black nor gay, but I appreciate the comment and I see you, Dennis Skyler951, and I hear you. All right, so moving on. Mipralco says, well done reaching 100,000. Well earned. Is this your job now? What else pays the bill? It would be my job if I was a single guy, for example. But, you know, I'm married with a kid and another kid on the way. So I've got to work 2 jobs. I've got to do YouTube, and then I've got another job that I do. I teach IELTS and essay writing. IELTS is International English Language Testing System. And I also teach essay writing and careers. So I teach students how to write cover letters and resumes and LinkedIn profiles. But the main thing is teaching them how to write university essays. Okay. So moving on. Congrats on 100K subscribers. What are your thoughts on Severance? I have not seen Severance. Battlestar Galactica is one of my favorite shows from the 2000s, but I despise the ending because they kind of made peace with the Cylons, which I didn't want. I wanted them to get revenge and to annihilate the Cylons because they exterminated human civilization. And it would have been good and just to see the Cylons annihilated and wiped out for their folly and for their evil. And the fact that we didn't get that catharsis at the end was disgusting to me. Common J gives me $2. Congratulations on the 100K. Thank you very much, Common J. All right, so moving on. The Will of D. Please, I need a rundown of your top 10 or 5 favorite movies. Okay, so I thought about this a lot, and here are my 5 favorite movies. In no particular order, they are Amadeus, American Psycho, Empire Strikes Back, Fight Club, Back to the Future. So those are my 5 favorite movies. Excuse me. And a few honorable mentions. Dread, Nightcrawler, Star Wars, Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, Spirited Away, The Lives of Others, Rocky, Full Metal Jacket, The Godfather, Godzilla -1, because I wanted to include one from this decade, and Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, because that's another movie I really love from this decade. APD 2007. You should do a video about why Back to the Future trilogy is perfect. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I love Doc's arc in that. And I love the fact that in the first movie, over the course of the trilogy, Marty has quite a small arc, really, but Doc is really the character that gets the big arc. And I love that because usually it's the younger character that gets the big arc and he's guided by the older character. But that's not at all the case in Back to the Future. You know, Doc's the main character, really, and he's the one that has the big dramatic arc and who has the epiphany at the end. And he chooses love over science and over the DeLorean at the end. And I love that. I thought that was absolutely wonderful. The ending to Back to the Future 3 is perfect. Oogie Boof, I've never liked Fight Club. Seems stupid to me. Okay, that's a rare opinion. Okay, No Peacekeeper says, I have 2 questions to ask to the almighty despot. Do you prefer Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels or Snatch? Snatch is an amazing movie. I love it. And how do you stay so handsome? Running. All right, next. JJABC says, congratulations, Despot. I recommend Attack on Titan. Yeah, I really want to watch Attack on Titan, but just haven't gotten around to it. And what is your favorite Simpsons episode? I do love the Halloween specials. I love the early Halloween specials. In fact, I have a video about the Simpsons Halloween specials. It's one of my least successful videos. Great video, though. And yeah, basically, Halloween specials 2 to 8, they're all excellent. I love them, man. I love them. They're such great entertainment, great episodes, and they're hilarious. Rock Kirby 2002. Congrats. Have you considered doing a video on how to do actually good reboots and remakes? 2 examples are The Murphy Nutty Professor and The A-Team. No, because I'm done with remakes. I think they should stop doing remakes altogether and just forget about that and focus on original stuff. David Gooty. Hey bro, your vids are great. My dad is Northern Irish and he passed away recently, and I found your slightly pressed and angry voice quite comforting. and it reminds me of him a lot. I'm really, really glad to hear that, man. And my condolences for the loss of your father. So thanks for listening to the videos. And yeah, I'm glad to hear that they're, helping you through a difficult time. So I'm Morella Official. What is your favorite shows, movies, shows, movies, and video games? I would like to know what you consider to be the golden standard of art of cinema. So my favorite show, I don't know, I mean BSG's up there, but as I say, I hate the ending. I also love The Simpsons. I mean, Peak Simpsons is my favorite show, basically. Movies. Well, I said my 5 favorite movies, and my favorite video games would be probably Medieval 2, Total War, Ocarina of Time, Perfect Dark, and I've tried a few more modern games, and generally speaking, I don't particularly like them because they're just not fun. I think the biggest problem with modern games is they're just not that much fun. Like I played Breath of the Wild, and that was a good game. I enjoyed it. I finished it, and then I tried Tears of the Kingdom, and I was so fucking bored that I just stopped playing. I just couldn't take it anymore. I could not take any more Tears of the fucking Kingdom, and it's getting a lot of hate now. Tears of the Kingdom has gotten so much well-deserved hate, and it's been very, it's been very sort of revised. So, oh fuck, what a mess of a game. But I just want games to be fun, which is why I play very few modern games because my understanding is that most modern games now are shite. All right, so Nicholas Scoob says, "How often do you see a reflection of yourself in media, and how does it make you feel?" Not often. I mean, it's not often you see a baldy white Irish guy out there. It makes me feel terrible. Disney, if you're listening, I need to see a reflection of myself. How about we get some diversity in those movies and we get some baldy Irish guys in there? All right. So Robert Goulet, 7886. Is it a reflection of myself or it's reflection of myself? But he says it really quickly. So Cornmeal 984, in both Hollywood and the gaming industry, customers are finally realizing the low effort content modern entertainment has been shoving down our throats. With massive studios having these back to back bombs, both in the box office and in gaming, and the mainstream consumer finally becoming dissatisfied, do you think we will see a rise in great media within the next 5 years? In a word, no, because I think Hollywood has chased out too much of the old talent, and I think DEI is going to continue to be a massive problem. Even if the woke messaging is coming out of movies, they're still going to be hiring all these diversity hires. They're still going to be going down the DEI route. Even if it's not necessarily the director, there's going to be so many incompetent people involved in the filmmaking process. And yeah, they've chased away the old talent. I don't see them being able to recover from the decimation of the film industry anytime soon. It's going to take a while for that to happen. Okay, so T-bone steak, pineapple on pizza. Yes, I do enjoy pineapple on pizza. Jurtra 9090. Well, the Despot review Napoleon 2002 miniseries. The closest you'll ever get to my review of that is just my Napoleon video. I did mention it in passing. I talked about it a little bit. Oh no, you're talking about the French one with the. Oh no, I don't think I'd review that just because nobody would watch it, and it would be a lot of effort. The lost opportunity cost would be too high. Mr. Pickles gives me $2. Thank you, Mr. Pickles. Oogie Booth, what's your favorite color? I don't have a favorite color, but I am partial to royal purple. And Hell Yeah says, if all major Hollywood studios made it their explicit policy to release only remakes of old movies or sequels to current IPs, do you think that it would cause the general public to finally turn against them? I mean, that's almost their unofficial policy now. And I think that's the official policy of Pixar, that they're basically just going to do franchise and sequel stuff now. And I don't think that it will necessarily cause the public to turn against them because that is, when you look at the money that's coming into theaters, that's mostly where it's coming from. It's coming from big franchise movies and sequels. So it seems that that's the signal that Hollywood is getting from the cinema going public, that they seem to like a IP and sequels. But I do think Hollywood should invest more in indie movies. Okay, Al Kutuf says, my top 5 recommendations for the Despot are the following: Mean Creek, Maniac, Nefarious, Kick-Ass, and Fat Man. I did see Kick-Ass, and I used to love that movie, but then the sequel kind of ruined it for me because the sequel was so fucking bad. And I'd really looked forward to that sequel, and it was just dreadful. It's a terrible movie. That's the only thing I remember about it. I don't remember anything from Kick-Ass 2 other than it was absolutely terrible. But Kick-Ass 1 is a really good movie, and Nicolas Cage is brilliant in it. So Aidan Loughran says, did ye go to the Wolf Tones at the SSC at the weekend? I didn't, but I did used to work at the SSC arena. I was one of the security stewards. All right. Vladimir Efest. Does the Despot permit the existence of anime? Yeah, man. My favorite anime. In fact, I'm wearing a Dragon Ball Z shirt right now. Let me show you. See? Dragon Ball Z is my favorite anime and the only one that I ever really watched, to be perfectly honest. Hello, Almighty Despot. Congratulations on your 100,000 subjects. I have disdained view on many of the new horror films with simple names like Us, They, etc. I was hoping for Halloween that you could present your thoughts on these terrible excuses. Yeah, I'll do another Halloween stream. I do like to do a Halloween stream, so I'll watch some shitty horror movies and I'll do a stream for it. As far as questions go, this is from PJK Lochner. Would you say that 2024 is a better or worse? They're both shite, man. 2024 and 2023 are both shite. There's only two movies that I would actually recommend this year. It is Dune Part 2 and The Substance. That's it. And 2023, I didn't want to be too pessimistic, so I do have a little recommendation list. These are the 2023 movies that I recommend. The Iron Claw, Anatomy of a Fall, Godzilla Minus One, Tetris. There you go. Those are the good movies from 2023. There's other good movies as well, but those are the ones that I would recommend. And both years are terrible. This year so far has just been an awful year for movie. Awful. Maybe all those indie movies, like a lot of the really good indie movies, they start to get a bit of hate closer to awards season, and then I'll get a better idea of whether or not how good or bad this year has been, because we need to wait for all the indie movies to get the recognition and watch them before we can determine how good or bad the year is, because the best movies now are always indie movies because the Hollywood stuff is so fucking bad. Cavo00 says, is Carrie Mulligan still mad at Mr. Reflection? Carrie Mulligan is always mad. Daphne7784 I would like to know what you think about Agatha All Along. Jesus Christ. It is so fucking boring. It's maybe the hardest show for me to get through right now. This is how boring it is. I was watching Agatha All Along. I stopped to watch Rings of Power. And I hate Rings of Power. That is how bad Agatha All Along is. I would rather watch Rings of Power than watch Agatha All Along. It is so, so boring. It's just a bunch of boring owl bints running around on this stupid witch's quest that I don't care about. I hate all the characters. It's miserable. It's such a boring show, and it thinks it's funny. It's trying to be funny, and it's not funny. It's so painfully unfunny. Jesus Christ, it's bad. It's agony. It's absolute agony to watch. Anyone that says Agatha All Along isn't terrible is wrong. It's an awful show just because they got some of the rudiments correct. Yes, it's structurally okay because it's one trial per episode, but the trials are terrible. The first one was wine. The next one was recording a song in a music studio. These aren't trials. They're hobbies for old women, for middle-aged women. And then their goal, it's a MacGuffin chase, basically. They're trying to get this magic at the end of the road. I mean, okay, that's a technically correct, dramatically okay plot, but it's just the characters that fill that plot are so bad that it's just fucking unwatchable. Who likes that show? Anyway, Funky Dooch, have you read Red Rising by Pierce Brown? It's my favorite sci-fi series. No, I have not, but I might look into that. And thank you very much for the 50 NOK, whatever that is. Randy Harvard says, what was the final straw that made you turn into the Despot? The Jedi attacked me, and in that attack, I lost my hair, and I became the Despot. All right. Garth Bender, do a video on Alien Romulus. My next video is going to be Joker, because I was so disgusted by that movie that I have to do it. But in any case, I want to wait for the home release of Alien Romulus before I did a video on it. So I might do an Alien Romulus video. I'd be quite happy to do that because I despise it so much. What does the Despot think of Disney's Treasure Planet? I saw it when I was a kid, and I really like it. I think it's a fantastic movie. I don't remember it, but I do remember loving it. I'd love to watch it again. Arus 2 cents. The only bad thing about your channel is I've almost watched every video. Do you hope to work on the channel full time? Yes, I'm planning to work on this channel full time from next September. So that by that time, hopefully I'll be doing well enough on YouTube to work full time. But the reality is YouTubers don't earn as much as I would say most people who follow YouTubers think. It's Snarky J. If you follow her channel, she's gone into this a bit. She does some videos on the harsh realities of being a YouTuber, and she talks about the fact that the income fluctuates a lot, and it's not as good as a lot of people think. It's not even for channels that are in the hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Trillion and One. Can you give us a quick list of your favorite films? Yeah, man, I did that, and some lesser known films that are very good and worth watching. Well, I gave you that little list from last year. I did watch he mentions the list here, The House That Jack Built. I watched that. Lars von Trier. That's a really good movie. I enjoyed that. I think he also did Melancholia with Kirsten Dunst. I love that movie. Cartoon Zombie gives me $5 and says, have you overplayed Persona? I've never played Persona. No. I recommend 5 Royal or 3 Portable. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out, but I've never played it. Hello from Scotland, says Jake PH, and he gives me $5. My missus is a teacher too, so I would so I have so much respect for what you do. Would you review my Wolverine monologue on my channel? Let me make a note of that, Jake PH. Okay, Jake PH Wolverine monologue. I'll check that out. Thanks. All right. Makator, what's your favorite films and/or TV shows based in Ireland? My favorite Irish movie? Let me have a quick look here, just to jog my memory. Irish movies. When the Shakes the Body is pretty good. It wouldn't be my favorite. In the Name of the Fathers. See, here's the thing: the Irish movies are really depressing. Michael Collins might be my favorite because it's got everything. It's got action. It's got brilliant drama. The performances from Liam Neeson and Jesus, I always blank on names when I'm on live stream. Liam Neeson and Alan Rickman. He was brilliant as De Valera. Those are amazing performances, and it's just a great movie. Let's see what else we've got. Belfast was quite good. That was a Kenneth Branagh movie. Judi Dench is amazing in that. She's brilliant. Once is a nice movie from 2007. That was huge when it came out. Like Once was like this global phenomenon when it came out. And that is a pretty good movie. I really like Once. It's a nice one. Hunger is a brilliant movie, although very, very depressing. The Magdalene Sisters, Jesus Christ, don't watch that. I'm not even kidding, man. Don't watch it. It's too depressing. It's not worth watching. Just a horrible movie. It's like the movie just soaks in its own depression. It's fucking awful. The Banshees of Inisherin. That's a great movie. I love that. That was maybe my favorite movie from last year. If maybe my second favorite, but love that. Okay, so let me just make sure I didn't miss any super chats here. You're single, like black chicks? No, I'm married, and I was never particularly partial to black women, to be perfectly honest. All right, so are you from County Antrim but live in Australia? I'm from County Antrim and I live in South Korea. And Forman Mission says, I don't care what the history book says. My grandmother always said the despot was black and gay. I was black, but then I didn't vote for Joe Biden. And I woke up and I wasn't black anymore, but I was never gay. Ivan Dubiel, congratulations. How is the 2025 Worst of Woke Awards script looking? It's looking good. I mean, I do keep notes. I keep a list of everything that is going to end up in the Worst of Woke Awards. I thought The Acolyte would sweep it until Joker 2. And Joker 2, I think, is going to steal a lot of The Acolyte's thunder. So I think most deserved flop now. Man, it's got to be Joker 2. Is it The Acolyte? I mean, are people going to vote Acolyte or Joker 2 for most deserved flop? I don't even know which way I'm going to vote. Like, that's how close that race is. And then you've got worst movie. It's got to be Joker 2, though, doesn't it? Because nobody gives a shit about Borderlands or Argyle or The Crow. They're like, yeah, they're terrible, so what? But they were actually angry at Joker 2, so that's got to win. But yeah, Worst of Woke Awards 2025 is looking good. What are your thoughts on Mr. Bertram? Mr. Bertram just looks like trash. I haven't seen it. I've seen clips of it. It's awful, the clips that I've seen. It's just the Daily Wire at their absolute worst. It's the same problem with them making a Snow White movie. Disney make a Snow White movie, and the Daily Wire think they're being daring and edgy by making another Snow White movie. It's like, oh yeah, well Disney are going to make Snow White movie number 37. Well, we're going to make Snow White movie number 38. Ha! It's like, oh fuck off. It's so cringy and bad. Oogie Boof, is your wife Korean or also Irish? Weird question. Just saying if you can flirt in Korean. Yeah, I can flirt in Korean. Yes, my wife is Korean, and yeah, man, my Korean skills are not great, to be honest. But when you look this good, who needs language skills? All right. Oh, hold on. Are you so the real Ryan? Are you going on EFAP anytime soon? I think you gel nicely with the main cast. I've been on Drinker Stream a bunch of times, but I've never been on EFAP. So Mallow Mulatto says, I saw the TV Glow, and it is one of the most pretentious movies I've ever seen. Would you be willing to suffer through it? Shit, I must have missed that one. I haven't seen it, and I meant to watch a bunch of movies that were recommended to me, and I did watch most of them, but I guess I missed that one. Sorry. Israel Holt says, "What do you think of Velma Halloween special?" Dear God, okay. So I watched the Velma Halloween special because I was asked to by quite a few people on that post, and my God, is it shite? It is everything wrong with Velma rolled up into one 40-minute long episode. It follows the same non sequitur plot where it's just all over the place. It's an absolute mess of a plot. So I'll try to briefly describe the plot. I don't want to be here all day, but here the plot is Velma is dead because she was killed by the ghost in the last episode. So on Halloween, they are trying to revive her because you can only revive her on Halloween. But then they realize there's a problem. The spell doesn't work and they have to use the old spell book. But the old spell book is in a museum or something, so they have to go get it. And I don't fucking know, man. It's awful. I can't even remember it, and I watched it yesterday or 2 days ago. It was awful. It was all over the place. They have these characters coming in. There's an old granny that wants to take over the world with zombies, and that kind of sounds like fun. Let's throw some shit at the wall for fun, and it's not. It's just boring. It's a payoff that they didn't set up, and then they have this peeping tom night ghost. Jesus, it's a mess. It's so bad. It's so bad, and it's so boring. Mindy Kaling is a fucking hack. And anyone with half a brain, any studio with half a brain, should have absolutely nothing to do with her. She is so obviously talentless. She's a moron. Okay, so Mario Ness86. Hey man, do you have any recommendations on articles, channels, or whatever that'll help me bring my leftist dumb friends to the right side? So that's from Marion86 for €5. Thank you very much, Marion. I mean, I follow the Lotus Eaters podcast. Sargon of Akkad is my favorite political channel. He does a lot of sort of political philosophy, and he had a channel for years and then he stopped posting. But recently he's been posting again, and the stuff he's been posting is excellent. So I would recommend Sargon of Akkad. But honestly, man, I don't think for most people who are still leftists in their 30s, I'm not sure there's any hope for them. Like, I don't think you can necessarily bring them back from that. They're just going to have to get a healthy dose of reality, basically. Do you know what I mean? They're walking down a street one night and they get a healthy dose of diversity. Let's just use that euphemism for the sake of the YouTube algorithm. Like there was a festival in Germany, and it was the festival to celebrate diversity, and it got diversity. It got 3 fatalities worth of diversity in the form of a Syrian migrant showing up with a machete or something. And I feel like for a lot of people, that's just what it's going to take for them to wake up. So I don't think there's anything you can do for these people, to be perfectly honest, and that's it. If after a certain age you are still of a left-wing political bent, I just wouldn't bother trying to convince people otherwise by that stage, because it's just a waste of everybody's time. Will non-playable sheep finally get his long-awaited raise? I mean, he's going to go on an arc. I'll give him the revenge arc against Carrie Mulligan, because he killed Mr. Reflection, who was very important to the channel, and he was he was reflecting the black community back, the black gay community back at the people who watch this channel, and she destroyed that. So obviously, my boy, non-playable sheep, is going to want his revenge for that. So he'll obviously need to go get revenge on Carrie Mulligan. John Hughes does it. I think we're done. Okay, so I'm done with all that stuff, and I can just focus on the chat now. That took an hour, which actually isn't bad because there were 58 slides that I had to go through there. So I'm through all the slides. That's all done. I had a major audio fuck up at the start of this. Sorry about that, but just going to focus on the chat now. So fire away, throw in the questions, and I will do my best to answer them. Let me just check that I've got all the super chats answered. Oh yeah, so I didn't do this. Rock Kirby 2002. I was wondering if you have considered doing a Kingdom of Heaven review. After all, Ridley Scott did that, and he also did Napoleon. I mean, Ridley Scott, he's he's like any other director. He's done some amazing stuff like Blade Runner and Gladiator, and he's done some absolutely terrible stuff like Napoleon, and I would guess Gladiator 2 when it shows up. So we'll see with Gladiator 2, but Kingdom of Heaven, I'm not sure have I seen that? I don't think so. But I don't think I would do a review because again, I don't think it would be popular. At this stage, I'm only really doing one video a month. Like the best I could do is a video every 3 weeks. So I have to be very, very picky with my topics, and I don't think Kingdom of Heaven would gain any traction at all. Unless maybe I could do it within the context of a sort of a breakdown of all of his movies. Like I could do like a 10-minute review for every movie. That might be something I'd be interested in doing for Ridley Scott. Okay. So yeah, let's just get back to the chat and see what people are saying. So Churway says, "Hey Despot, I like your accent. Thank you very much, Churway. It's nice to have my accent liked." Jake PH, just some context, man. I'm trying to build an acting career, and I believe that YouTubers like yourself are so insightful, and I want to grow with complete insight. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not big on acting. That's not really what my channel is about. I focus more on story and dialogue and plot and things like that, and the drama of it. Although I'm trying to do a bit more on the cinematics of it, like the visuals, audio, music, things like that. So I'm trying to learn more about that so I can infuse that into my reviews. I'm always trying to get better and innovate in my videos because I think if you're not innovating, you're kind of stagnating. But acting as well, I'm going to read some books about acting and try to have a better understanding of it myself as well. But yeah, good luck to you, man. I hope your acting goes well, and at the very least that you enjoy it and you have a good time with it. Hoogie Booth, Despot, please flex for the camera. There you go, man. There's a flex for you. Okay. Zephyr616, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks very much. Adam McGrath, Despot, what's your favorite type of tractor? I have big ones that work. There you go. That's my favorite. As long as it works. Blue Black Up, have you seen some of the AI mock ad campaigns for Kamala Harris? That sounds really good. I'm gonna have to check some of those out because they do sound funny. I've followed this woman who does Kamala Harris impressions, and she's quite funny. I do enjoy her. Right, let's scroll down to the bottom here. My man needs the bulk. Have you hoped to God never to see it? I might check it out for 5 minutes out of sheer morbid curiosity. We'll see what happens. Random Film Talk says, Despot, congrats on hitting 100K. Thank you very much, Random Film Talk. Earlier, I was recommending your videos on Arcane because somebody asked me if I liked Arcane. And I do. I love Arcane. And Random Film Talk has the best videos on YouTube about Arcane, which are criminally underwatched. And you should all be excited about Arcane Season 2 because it's the best show of the decade thus far. Under the Skin 13, are you featherweight or bantam? Well, when I fought at it's kilos in Korea. So I had to, because it goes 60 kilos, then 55 kilos, and that is light, man. 55 kilos in pounds. Let me have a quick look. It's 121 pounds. So in boxing, that is fly. That is bantamweight. No, sorry, that's super bantamweight. Basically, it's just one of those tiny guys, the little guys that nobody watches, and they're always in the prelims because people won't pay to watch that. So yeah, I fought at 55 kilos when I fought, and I had to actually lose weight. I had to do a weight cut for both of those. And after my first weight cut, I remember I was thirsty for hours afterwards, and no matter how much I drank, I remained. I was cutting weight for like. Okay, so James McNeil says, "Random Film Talk, another of the great YouTubers suffering for our entertainment. How you doing? Yeah, hope the man's doing well. Korean heavyweight champion, the Despot. Let's get ready. All right. Do you like Bong Joon-ho's movies? All right. So let's want to make sure I answer this correctly, and I have seen most of them. I do like one called Memories of Murder. Bong Joon-ho movies. So just going through his movies here. Okja. I've seen Memories of Murder, which I really like, and I really like the ending of that movie. I haven't seen like it, and I haven't seen Mother. I have seen Parasite, and I can't pretend to be a fan of Parasite. I think it's okay and massively overrated, but quite a decent movie. And it is a horrible ending. I despise the ending of Parasite. I think Parasite is one of those movies that free pass because of my themes. But the themes and the symbolism. Don't you know that the basement dweller is supposed to symbolize the lower echelons of society? And the symbolism is really hammy in it. And yeah, like I said, I despise the ending, and it's very well shot, but not one of my favorite movies at all. Certainly not of that year. I think it's overrated. And Ryan Love says, "What YouTubers inspired you to create content on YouTube?" No one really. I started a YouTube channel not because I wanted to be a YouTuber particularly, but because I wanted to talk about all these books that I was reading because I had no one to talk to about them, and I had all these ideas that I wanted to share. But then I quickly realized that book reviews are boring and that movie reviews are more entertaining and more satisfying to talk about. I mean, obviously there's influences there in my YouTube stuff, my YouTube work, but um, yeah, I didn't go into YouTube wanting to be a YouTuber. I wanted to just share my thoughts about culture and literature and things like that. And I think if you want to start a YouTube channel, that has to be your approach. If your attitude is, I want to be a YouTuber, okay, what now? What can I talk about? That's the wrong attitude. The correct attitude should be, well, what what are you passionate about, and what passion do you want to get on there and share? It was initially literature, but I moved into movies and TV shows because I was so disgusted at how bad it had gotten, and I knew it was bad, but it had gotten so bad and so disgusting that I just couldn't take it anymore, and I had to get on there and rant. But I'm trying to do recently. I've been trying to do more positive reviews as well because I don't want them to be all negative. Like the Dread review was a positive one, and the Scum review as well. And they're also very challenging. The positive reviews, they really get me to think. It's quite easy to identify what's wrong with a piece of shit, but to identify what makes a really great piece of art great, that's much more difficult, and I enjoy that challenge. Okay, Oogie Boof, the Psycho was the appeal. Honestly, he's so cool and violent and crazy. I don't know who the Psycho is. Um, okay. Jay Dixon. Thoughts on Graham Linehan's shows? Oh yeah, I was never. I mean, I was never a huge fan of the IT Crowd or Black Books. I didn't watch them. I had friends who enjoyed them, but I just never got into them, to be perfectly honest. All right, Jake PH, what are the differences you have found living in South Korea from being back in Ireland? I mean, everything. The Koreans live in small apartments. Irish people usually live in small houses, or so if you can't afford that, you live in an apartment block. And then the richer ones will live sort of in nicer houses. The urban landscape is completely different. The food is totally different. Everything's different. The women in Korea are far better looking. So that, like, if you walk down a street in Klangnam or Hongdae or Itaewon or any sort of university area in Seoul, you will see women. You'll see many women who are more beautiful than 99% of Irish women. Like, it's actually insane. Like, the best looking Korean women are among the best looking in the world. And not to criticize my own, but I don't think that Irish women are particularly good looking on average, if I'm being honest. I think it's partly cultural because Korean women take such good care of themselves, and it's partly genetic as well. Some not all peoples are born equal, and some races are just better looking than others, and that's just all there is to it. Mitchell says plastic surgery. A lot of them do get plastic surgery, but it is more than that as well. And yeah, I mean, plastic surgery, it's a factor, but not as much as you would think. Anyway, and there's tons of other differences. So Koreans are much more insular than Irish. Irish are much more extroverted, and as a culture, Ireland is a much more extroverted culture than Koreans. And Koreans, it's very much keep to yourself kind of culture. And people are considerably less friendly in Korea. They're not hostile by any means, but you wouldn't get the sort of amicable warmth of them that you would get in Ireland. And the other thing is the on a political level, the government isn't globalist. It acts in the interests of the Korean people, which doesn't happen in the UK or Ireland. They actively act to the detriment of the people on behalf of globalist interests, which is unfortunate. And Korea is an overwhelmingly homogenous society, whereas you go to Ireland and the UK and you are elated to be greeted by such a wonderful array of diversity from the third world. It's just fantastic, and I can't get enough of it. It's one thing that Korea lacks. If only they had more Somalians and Eritreans and Afghans, the place would be just so much the better for it. Michael Lee says, "Congrats, bud. You're one of my absolute favorite YouTubers. You deserve way more exposure. I laugh so fucking hard, yet your content is thoughtful and structured. Does the despot require backup?" No. I love that line. That is a great line. Yeah, thanks very much, man. I'm glad you enjoy the stuff and that you find it entertaining and funny, because the main thing that I want my channel to be is entertaining, right? If I could choose one thing, because so much content on YouTube is just fucking boring, or it's sloppish. Like, it's just like slop tube, I call it. It's just slop. It exists, and it's enough to kind of get you through a 10-minute when you're washing the dishes. But it's, oh god, so much of it is just slop. Even from YouTubers I like, a lot of what they do is glorified slop. Okay, so Jake PH, did you have any challenges with the move? Honestly, mate, it's a joy to hear you pursued your career in teaching. I am Scottish, by the way. No, I didn't have any trouble when I was moving here because I had nothing really keeping me in Ireland particularly. And, I didn't have a career, didn't have a girlfriend or anything like that when I moved to Korea. So it was easy. It was an easy move. And I was very young. I was only 22 when I first moved to Korea. Let's see. Your rant about True Detective on Drinker's channel was gold. You're probably confusing me with Reaper, I would guess, because I've never ranted about True Detective on anyone's channel. Let me see. Nicholas Koob, weird that you said that. I heard South Korea was kind of a hellhole. There are aspects of the country that I don't like. So, for example, the price of property is obscene. It's absolutely insane. Like, young people can't buy anything. And even if I could buy a place here, I wouldn't, because it's just a small apartment on, the 322nd floor of a big apartment building, which, I'd rather live in a house back home than that. And obviously the birth rate is a disaster. I wouldn't describe it as a hellhole by any means. I mean, I've been in Paris, man, and I hated Paris. Like, I did not like being in Paris. I just wanted to fucking leave when I was in Paris. It's a dump. And I could never say that about South Korea. It's a safe country. It's reasonably clean. Sure, it has its problems, but its problems pale in comparison to some of the problems that are going on in the West right now, if we're being honest. Okay, so Brian Badonde, is inflation low, food cheap? Inflation is lower than it has been in the UK for the past few years, and food is not cheap. Food is very expensive, and it has gotten much more expensive over the past few years. The cost of living has really gone up in South Korea. So let's see. Oh, Adam McGrath, Eric Mikuta, guy with a tiny knob made called Unhung Hero, where he went to Korea and tried to do video naked guys in a bathhouse. They weren't too happy. I can't imagine they would be. I actually used to go to Korean bathhouses quite a lot. They were great. I loved them. The Fan Without Face. Hey, how's it going, fan? Yo, Despot, how's it going? Congratulations on 100k subs. You got a chance to watch Dog Soldiers yet? Ah, yes. I have not had a chance to watch Dog Soldiers, but I will get around to it. And it's good to see you, Fan Without a Face. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Yeah, that's one of the reasons the property is expensive. That and investment. People tend to want to invest in property more so than they do in stocks over here. So that also drives up the cost of the property, as well as some government policies like property sales tax and things like that. And inheritance tax also drives up the cost of properties, things like that. And yes, it's depressing how expensive property is over here. Anyway, Dark Box U Despot, what was your opinion on Critical Drinkers, The Boys Season 4 review? I'm not sure I've seen it because I didn't watch The Boys Season 4. I didn't watch The Boys Season 4. I've never watched The Boys because I was so fucking burned out with superhero content by the time The Boys came out. I didn't even care that it was parody. I didn't even care that it was making fun of superhero movies, that it was parodying it, that it was saying, it's like, I don't care, man. I'm so sick of seeing guys with capes and spandex outforms. They look fucking ridiculous. It's childish. I'm sick of it. It's stupid. And it had been going on for so long. I just wanted superhero movies to die, and I wanted nothing more to do with superhero content. I was never a big fan of superhero movies. I was never a big Marvel fan. I'm not going to lie. I was quite happy to see the genre die because I thought it was kind of dumb and pathetic. I do like some Marvel movies, not a lot. I think when you look back at all the Marvel movies, there's a lot of shit in there, even from phases 1 to 3. But Jesus, I was happy to see the back of that when it sort of all collapsed in 2023. Man, I was never. If you look at my channel, I've only ever actually done 2 Marvel videos. I've done one of them isn't really even a Marvel video. It's about believability, and I kind of used Ant-Man 3 as a springboard for that video. And I also did the Marvels talking about how shite it was. But no, I was never into superhero stuff, and I'm quite happy to see that. I was really happy to see the genre just collapse, to be perfectly honest. And I'm pleased that Joker 2 has collapsed because it's superhero adjacent, but really just because it deserves it. But it's nice to see that that genre is not coming back. And I really hope that Venom 3 bombs when it comes out, because I do not want to see superhero movies come back. I just want them to stay in the 2010s where they belong. All right, Alan Smith, who's a member for 4 months. You often get quite bitterly into the wokery of modern politics. Some of your rants are great on it. Is this something you're interested in discussing actively or feel compelled to due to contemporary culture? I'm not afraid of confronting the politics in media. If there's politics in a piece of media, I'll talk about it. Whereas, the Chris Stuckmans of the world will try to talk around it. And you can tell when they're doing this. You can tell how they're kind of stepping on eggshells, trying not to say the wrong word or talk about the wrong issue. And they'll use all these euphemisms like, I know there were some social issues that were important to some people in the show, and that's fine. But I just, the cinematography was nice. No, if there's politics in it, of course I'm going to address the politics. Like The Acolyte was a super, super political show. So of course I'm going to address the politics in that, as well as all the other stuff. But at the same time, if there's no politics in it, then I'm not going to get into it. When I did Dread, I didn't talk about modern politics because there was no need. It's not a political rant. So it didn't need to get into modern politics. Same thing with when I did my Scum review. There's a lot of politics there, but it's sort of 1970s British politics, which I mentioned a little bit. If there's politics in the media, in the piece of media I'm reviewing, I'll absolutely talk about it. But I mean, for my Joker 2 review, I don't think there's a whole lot of. There's some politics there. There's some kind of sort of pro-establishment, anti-fan, fuck you, incel political messaging there, but it's not too. Other than that, there's no sort of current day politics like Orange Man bad stuff. So I'll talk about that without going into politics, for example. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Funny how every DC movie has bombed since James Gunn took over, and it wasn't even his fault. Yeah, I do wonder if he can bring it back. Like I say, I'm not going to pretend to be an objective observer of the of the James Gunn DC universe. I want it to fail. I don't want superhero movies to come back. I don't want them to get a second win. I don't want them to get a comeback. I want them to fail. They had their time, and it was fun. It was fun. I enjoyed the movies. I thought they were fun popcorn movies, and some of them were great, like the first Captain America movie. Great movie. First Iron Man movie. Great movie. Infinity War. Great movie. But I don't want them back. I just want them to be a 2010s thing, and let's move on and just make our own culture now, and let younger kids today have their own culture rather than try to force the millennial culture onto them in the form of superhero movies. So I'm hoping that the DC James Gunn reboot fails, and that Marvel fail also if they're going to continue to do the same shit they've been doing. Man covered in spandex saves the world. There's a huge CGI monstrosity in the sky, and he blows it up, and the multiverse is saved. Oh, just fuck all that. I want it to go away and stay gone away. Israel Holt gives me $10. Thank you very much. First super chat. I don't know if you have talked about it in the live, but what did you think of the finale of Rings of Power season 2? It was, I mean, the whole season is a complete mess. It's slop. I was watching it thinking, is this like fast food fantasy? That was the thought I had. Are they deliberately making a show they know is terrible, and but they don't care because it's just, well, here's a battle scene. Here's the Battle of Eregion. You don't like that? Let's go to Sauron. You don't like that? Let's go to the Hobbits. You don't like that? Let's go to Isimptor and the girl he's chasing after. It's like bowl of slop after bowl of slop after bowl of slop, and they're kind of hoping that you'll like some of it. It's like they're just shoving all this fast food junk at you, hoping you'll consume some of it. It's so terrible. Man, Rings of Power season 2 is just a mess. It's awful. It really is as bad as everybody says. Kerwee says the 3-body problem was a terrible piece of shite. By the way, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to defend it. I said it was mostly bad with a few redeeming aspects. I mean, I'm glad I did that video because I used to think that novels, the sci-fi trilogy was some sort of masterpiece, and it really isn't. The first 2 novels are great, although they have problems. Like there's some, even in the second novel, there's some major problems. Then the third novel's terrible. And yeah, the Netflix show, some of it's right. So that's that. All right, I'll scroll down to the bottom of the chat here. Adam McGrath, was everybody excited when he turned out to actually be Gandalf? Yeah. Yeah, he's Gandalf after all. Wouldn't you know it? 1,000 years before he's supposed to be in the show, but I mean, who even cares? Before I'm, hold on, let me see here. Marbella Otaiza, Despot of Antrim. Can you talk about your background? What were you a teacher of before YouTube? I'm still a teacher. I teach IELTS, essay writing, and careers. So IELTS is an English language proficiency exam, and careers is how to write. I teach kids how to write. Kids who are about to go to university, I teach them how to write resumes, cover letters, LinkedIn profiles, and how to apply for jobs and things like that. Which actually the vast majority of people don't know how to do that. Even people who have been through school, because no one has ever showed them. They don't know what a bad resume looks like. They don't know what a bad cover letter looks like. One thing I did find interesting in my research as part of that job is that a lot of companies in the United States now are getting identical cover letters, hundreds of identical cover letters that are coming from ChatGPT. And before I was doing that, I was teaching mostly kindergarten and cram school, which was a mixed bag, but overall pretty grim and for awful money. Jop Louis says, Despot, you keep using Andor clips in your videos, but you never once mentioned your opinion of it. I have. I've mentioned my opinion of it a few times, and I think it's excellent. I think its quality varies. So the first 3 episodes are the weakest because the pacing's a bit off. It takes a bit too long, and the segments of Boy Andor are, I think, unnecessary. And I think, or at the very least, they could have been significantly cut down. So the first 3 episodes simply take too long to get going, but they're still very good. And then the prison arc it's probably the 3rd best thing that has ever been released with the name Star Wars on it. So Empire Strikes Back is the best, then Star Wars, And after that, the third best thing is the Andor prison arc. That's incredible. That's just peak television. It's so fucking good. So that's my opinion of Andor. I think it's an excellent show. All right, let me scroll down here. Jake PH, Despot of Antrim, what is your thoughts on horror movies, particularly slasher movies? I feel it has the most realistic. It has the most realistic because anyone could put on a mask and kill. That's why I chose it. I don't watch many horror movies. I generally watch them around Halloween, just to do a stream or just have a bit of fun. Watch something with my wife or something like that. And yeah, so that's I enjoy a good horror movie. I enjoy a good slasher movie, even if it's trash. So, for example, a trash movie I like is Jason X. What the hell was that one with Jason in space? I can't even remember what it was called, but it was good fun. Yeah, Jason X or Jason 10. I don't know. But that, stuff like that. I enjoy a good trashy slasher movie. Yeah, it's a bit of fun. I can't handle it, but it does have to be entertaining. Back in a second, guys. I need to go get some water. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna be here for the next 2.5 hours. Just so you know, I might try to stretch it a little bit longer. Like, I might be here for close to the next 3 hours. So I'll be back, and when I come back, I'm going to talk about the substance, which I was asked to talk about by somebody in the comments. So yeah, back in 30 seconds. All right. So Phoenix R81, I unfortunately have to go. I have an assignment to finish. Great to be here, and congrats on 100K. I knew this day would come. Thank you very much, and yeah, good luck with your assignment. All right, let me get my water here. Kerwi, Terminator Zero is a good example of how to rebuild something after a great series of disasters. 100% agree. Because that franchise, I mean, Terminator Dark Fate came out in 2019 and finished off what was already a struggling franchise. And then that was it. That was it for the franchise. And from there, you can't risk a big budget movie. You've got to start with something smaller. So that was ideal. Terminator Zero. I don't know what the budget was on that, but for those kind of animations, they're not going to be anything close to what a big Hollywood production would be. And that was really good. Terminator Zero. It was the genuinely innovative entry in the Terminator franchise since, I mean, really the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Sarah Connor Chronicles, I'm watching at the minute. It's great. Terminator Salvation's okay. Vincenzo Bonadonna asks me in the chat. It's decent. I can't really remember it that well, to be honest, but it's decent. Hold on. The fan without a face has a question. Some Birdman have started attacking reviewers like Drinker on YouTube for attacking woke films. Would you respond if someone made a similar video about you? I briefly responded to Hello Future Me, who attacked me in one of his videos. I just called him a punk, and I appointed him my official toilet cleaner, although he hasn't shown up yet. But other than that, I couldn't be fucked, man. I've got better things to do than have wee tiffs with random YouTubers. I would just make a passing joke at them in my video, and that's about it. That's all. And Hello Future Me's content is shite, by the way. I've watched it. It's mid as fuck, and the guy's a hack. And he decided to go out and attack a bunch of smaller channels. A ton of like he's got what 1 or 2 million subscribers or something, and then he's going to go and attack small channels that have only got viewers in the tens of thousands of subs. Like, I wouldn't do that. There's channels that are smaller than me that I hate. I was listening to a channel that was really actually had a video attacking the critical drinker, and I thought, well, what's his argument? So I listened to it, and he was awful. It's such a bad channel. He had these terrible takes. Like he called Civil War a masterpiece. Like Civil War is a piece of shite, and he called it. But I'm not going to attack him. He's a small channel, and I think it's bad form to punch down like that. But not for health. So I guess that answers your question. If would I respond to YouTubers? Yeah. All right, James Doe, Despot of Antrim. What is your criticism of Cloud Atlas? Just long and boring. Although it's been ages, man, and he came out a long time ago, and I don't think anybody has watched it since it was released. Mystica, do you think you'd ever discuss Andor? In my opinion, it's the only good thing Disney did. Oh, I've got to be honest. No, because nobody would watch the video. Platoon tried that. I think he tried an Andor series, and the videos weren't popular, so I don't think he bothered continuing with it. So, and I've seen a bunch of attempts at it. I've seen a bunch of people attempt Andor to do analysis on it, and it just doesn't take off. People just aren't interested in Andor analysis. I think they will be eventually, but we kind of need to wait for the franchise, like the Andor sub franchise, to mature a bit and for people to develop a greater appreciation of it before we can get people interested in a deeper analysis of what made it so good. And then I would be prepared to do it then. But you're talking a couple of years probably for that. And Mark of the Beast says, "Hail the Despot. Love your work, bud." Thank you very much, Mark of the Beast. Much appreciated. And Unacceptable Views. Boogie would make great tipples hut. I'm sure he would. The Angry Bootneck is here. Well done, Despot. I told you you'd end up next to the next Barry Norman kid. Let's have a look here. I want to see if the Angry Bootneck is at 50K yet, because I know he was very close. He's at 49K. Was it yesterday or something? Let me see what he's at now. He's at 49.1K. So the Angry Bootneck is somewhat close to 50K. So if you want to head over and sub to the Angry Bootneck and help him get to 50K, yeah, he's got a good funny channel in which he talks mostly British politics, some American politics. Oh, he makes it easier to stomach British politics because they're so depressing, because the country is so broken, and broken in a way that it's difficult to imagine it ever being able to rally and put itself back together again. You know, it's really sad, but he makes it poppable. Jake PH, just for context, Despot of Antrim, I'm writing a slasher novel based on where I grew up, Barhead. Could I send you a copy when it is done? Yeah. Send me a chapter. When you're happy with the chapter, like the first chapter, just send it to me. You can email it to me. My email is in the description on my channel, or I'm on Twitter as well. I don't post anything on Twitter because fuck that. But yeah, you can contact me on Twitter or email and just send me a chapter and I'll read it and tell you what I think. George Lucas says, "Sad what's going on in the UK." Yeah, it is sad. It is, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, I'm not as cynical as some others. Some people say, well, we can't vote our way out of this. It would be more difficult for the UK to vote their way out of it because they don't have proportional representation. But I mean, what else are you gonna do? You know, are you gonna start when the riots occurred recently, there were all these people saying, we can't vote our way out of it. We have to go and protest, because the likes of Sargon, he was on his channel saying, don't go to the protests. The police are just going to use you as useful idiots to justify their crackdown. And there were a lot of people pushing back at Sargon saying, well, what the fuck else are we going to do? We can't vote our way out of this. Oh, okay. So are you going to fight your way out of it? You think you can have a revolution? Where are you going to get the guns? Where are you going to get the tanks? How are you going to overcome the British military? Okay, stop being stupid. Stop being absurd. Right? You're not going to have a revolution. The only way you're ever going to get out of this is to stop voting for Labour and Conservatives and vote for alternative parties and alternative candidates. That's it. And I know that's depressing. It's depressing to hear, but I think that's the reality. So I do believe in democracy as a means of at least maybe pulling a country out of the shitter. I mean, the Swedes seem to have done it. they have pulled themselves out of the absolute tailspin that they were in for a few years there, for a while, almost a decade, and things are improving over there because they were able to vote a better government in. There's pretty much nothing else you can do. But anyway, as Sconder Blues, what are your thoughts and hopes for the upcoming Lord of the Rings with Peter Jackson? Peter Jackson, I mean, let's be clear here. Has he really done anything good since Lord of the Rings? If we're being brutally honest, but he did that King Kong movie, and I'm not particularly optimistic for the Gollum movie. I think that it's not going to be great. The Angry Bootneck, yes, only sad bastards go and kick off. Nip to Winchester until it all blows over is my motto. Yeah, I mean the Bootneck's right. Until it all blows over, it can't stay this bad forever. Can it? All bad things have to come to an end, and it'll pass eventually. The dark era of the UK, they might get through it. Maybe there'll be something left of the country once we emerge on the other side. We'll see. Well, I'll try not to be too pessimistic about it, and I'll try. I am a bit more of an optimist, I think, than most people. I'm not black pilled necessarily. Maybe it's because I've lived in different countries and I've seen different countries at their worst, and I've seen different countries at their best as well. So anyway, Mickey YNWA, thanks for your cranky, realist, hilarious takes. I'm so glad people like you have the confidence and talent to make what I think entertaining. Very glad to hear it, man. And I'm very lucky. I'm lucky that my channel has taken off and that I'm able to do this. This is, I mostly do this for a living. My other job, I work like 25 hours a week maximum. I'm working far less than that at the minute, so I can focus more on YouTube. And then I'll start back when the semester kicks off in March. But it's a real privilege, and I'm very lucky to be able to do this, to be able to do YouTube, and it's thanks to all of you subscribers. So again, thank you. I'm very lucky because before this, my life was a real grind. I was teaching and I was doing a lot of online business English lessons and things like that. And because of you, I've been able to make this most of my income and most of my living, and to do something that I really love and that I can be creative with. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing to think that even a few years ago, to think that I'd be here now. It's incredible. So Hug the Gator also has the fishing over there. And would you like to send you largemouth bass? I've never tried fishing in South Korea, but you can get a decent bit of fishing in, like the Hankang, which is the main river that runs through Seoul. It's clean enough for fish. Like, you can go fishing in it. And I run past fishermen every time I go running because I run at the river. And yeah, it's nice enough. It seems like they're enjoying themselves. It's nice and peaceful. I've fished in Ireland, and I haven't fished. So it's a good thing to just chill out and relax and sort of leave the world behind. Like, if you go fishing, for the love of God, don't take your phone with you. Just take a book or something. It's nice to do that sometimes. Just get away from all the shite. Fishing's a good activity for that, I think. So let's see here. Wangus, every British person stands up or it will not work. Sorry, but voting still won't save you now. Okay, well, what will? I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but you're not going to fight your way out of it, man. Like, I'm sorry, you're not. I mean, the Angry Bootneck knows what he's talking about. He's a former soldier. He did 4 tours. He did, I think, 2 tours in Iraq and 2 tours in Afghanistan. So don't take it from me. Take it from him. You're not fighting your way out of this. And throwing a few rocks at police in the street isn't going to do a damn thing. If you want to get for the right candidates in your elections, and I know that's depressing to hear, and I know that they're actively working against you by importing foreigners who will vote against the national interest and vote on the basis of foreign things and vote according to their own sectarian ideas. But what else are we going to do? Like, realistically, how else can the UK save itself? Angry Bootneck, you can fish in the Mersey. Remember Dave Lister? One time I got a big ribbed black knobbler. It was about a foot long. All right. So, sure way, Lord Despot, you're one of the characters in my Crusader Kings 3 long campaign. You still, after around 30 years, still on the whole Ireland. Well done. Thanks for it. I'm delighted that I own all of Ireland. Hopefully one day your Crusader Kings 3 campaign will become a reality and I will become the dictator of Ireland. Believe me, Ireland would be much, much better off if I do become dictator. Ryan Radway, Despot, why is the CRG Leone good film, Good, Bad, and the Ugly good? I find it hard to articulate. Doesn't have a deep story. Man, I loved that movie as a kid. The music in that is amazing. The visuals, the music, the audio. Like, there's not a whole lot of dialogue, but it's a perfect example of the fundamentals of filmmaking just done brilliantly. Because what is film? You know, it's what are the most important aspects of it? When you break it down, it's the sound, the music, the action, and the visuals, and of course the dialogue. But those are the main things. You know, it's an audio visual art form, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is a perfect example of that. The way it all works together, like the scene at the end where they're fighting over the watch, the watch, dun 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 dun. The watch is taken down. It's stuff like that. It's just amazing. It's such an amazing movie. My God, to think that Clint Eastwood's still alive, man. It's crazy. He's 94, isn't he? Fuck me. Most is like, Jesus, man. I really, really appreciate the support. $50. Nothing to say other than thank you for the content. Well done on 100K. Here's to the next 100K and beyond. Thank you, Mo Sislak. Very much appreciated and appreciate you supporting the channel. Oogie Booth says, haha, I'm young. Good, man. Stay young, stay fit, stay healthy. Plenty of exercise, all that. Know what I mean? That's my attitude. And I read Dave Grohl, read his autobiography, and it's really good. I would recommend that. He's true rock. He's a true rock and roller. You know, he really believes in the cause. You know, the lost cause of rock and roll. The war is lost, but it's good that there's still those old warriors out there. You know, and in one of the early chapters, he says he was at this like backstage at some concert, and there was a bunch of rock and roll celebrities there, and he saw two guys, and he said one of them had a ton of plastic surgery and he looked very fake and plastic, and the other one was just, he looked like a rocker. He looked like he'd been through it, and there was nothing fake about him. It was all real. And he said he made the decision then and there that he was just going to let it all hang out. He was never going to get any plastic surgery. He was never going to try to cover up his scars or try to make himself look pretty or get his teeth capped or whatever it is. He was just going to be real. And yeah, that's my attitude. You know, I'm going to stay fit and healthy, but I'm never going to try. I'm not going to be one of those guys who's 40 and wants to look 30. Like, no, from 40, I want to look 40. I'm perfectly happy to look my age, but I want to be fit and in good, healthy shape, you know? All right. So let's see. Ryan Rodway. It's crazy that the final shootout in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is 5 minutes of nothing but three men staring. I know, staring at each other on soundtrack, and it's better than any modern film I've seen in 10 years. 100%. Well, I mean, well said. I need to watch that again. You could make a whole video. Like, I could make an hour-long video just on that scene. I'm sure people have done it. I've got to get on YouTube and check that out, and see some analysis of that. Man, I want to watch that fucking film again now. Jihun Shane, how's it going, Jihun? How was Karen iPhone born, if you don't mind me asking that? Karen iPhone came from a game called Cruelty Squad, which is a shooter. I think it's on Steam. And yeah, she gives missions to you. So if you push the start screen, Karen iPhone is kind of at the top, and she'll give you what mission you have to do, what you have to go on. So that's where Karen iPhone comes from. Marbella Tazai, Marbella, exercise, get plenty of rest, eat your, exactly. That's exactly right. Eat your green vegetables. I love it. All right. Michael Jordan was right when he said, stop it, get help, stay off the drugs, all that. Like at the end of Trainspotting, where he goes on that long rant about how you should live a nice, healthy, clean, ordinary life, choose life. Man, I love that monologue. That is it's one of the greatest pieces of writing in literature. I think it's one of my favorite literary passages. I think that's from the book. I think it would have to be, wouldn't it? Jake PH did, because I have read the book, but I read it years ago as a teenager. Despot of Antrim, we keep hearing diversity, equity, and inclusion is important. I'm curious, what about DEI? Is it actually important? Oh, what is actually important about it? Also worked at Foo Fighters in Hydro, Glasgow. Yeah, I never seen the Foo Fighters. To be honest, I was never a big fan of them. But I mean, they're fine. They're a decent rock band. What about DEI is actually important? You can put it down on your ESG report to BlackRock, and they will give you a credit line more easily as a result. There you go. That's what's important about it. Other than that, not a fucking thing. Are there any good? So, Mr. Funnyman, are there any good Native American movies? I have no idea, man. I don't follow Native like that. That's super niche, and I can't claim to have watched it. I did watch Flowers of the what the hell is it called? Flowers of the Summer Moon. Is that what it's called? That's a terrible name for a movie, man. I mean, no harm to the guy. Yeah, Flowers of the Summer Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon. Yeah, not a good name for a movie. Hard to remember. Pretty good movie. Too long, great performances, but I did like it. It was one of the better movies of last year. And, you know, Martin Scorsese, he's still clearly a very good director. And I'm not necessarily sure we can say the same about Francis Ford Coppola. That said, Megalopolis, I would need to see it again. But I know most people absolutely despise that movie. But Jesus Christ, what even is that? Yeah, like I said, I haven't fully made up my mind on it yet. I need to watch it again. I'm pretty sure it's a trashterpiece. But like I said, I'll need to watch it again. Tal Vlaxitov, The Colors of the Flower Moon is fucking terrible, in my opinion. I mean, it's not a hill I'm willing to die on. I wasn't passionate about it in any way. I thought it had some very good scenes, some very good acting, but it was self-indulgent, and there was some bizarre mistakes that it made. Like there was one scene where Robert De Niro, it turns out that he's a Mason, a Freemason, and he bashes Leonardo DiCaprio's arse with a butt paddle, and then the whole Freemason thing just disappears and they never mention it again. That whole scene was just bizarre. Like, what the fuck was that? There were other problems with it as well. I mean, it's a very depressing movie. I think it's the kind of movie that needs a bit of humor in it. It's a lighten the mood, and it just doesn't have any. For example, a great example of a movie that has some very depressing content, which does have a lot of levity and humor, is Schindler's List. Schindler's List, very profoundly depressing overall, but it has some hilarious scenes, some great humor. Obviously, a lot of it comes from Liam Neeson's performance, but there are some brilliant jokes, not some amazing humor, and some amazing comic chemistry happening between the actors that a lot of people, they don't even notice it when it's happening, but my God, that's a great movie. And I think Killers of the Flower Moon needed some of that. It needed some levity and a bit of humor to offset the sheer fucking depression of the narrative. Yeah, bit patchy, it has to be said, but certainly better than most of the movies from last year. Zugamuga. What does the Mighty Despot think about the invasion of streaming services and different corporations trying to imitate Netflix by launching their own version of it? Also, your opinion on The Boys. So I was talking about The Boys earlier, and I mentioned that I never watched it because I was burned out on superhero content. As for the streaming model, I don't like it generally, and you can understand why corporations want this. They don't want you to pay them once; they want forever customers, which is why Nintendo, for example, won't sell me Nintendo 64 games. They insist that I subscribe to them for $5 a month forever for the privilege of playing games that I already bought 25 years ago. So, you know, fuck them. I will ROM the games. And in any case, the ROMs are better emulations than anything that Nintendo do at the minute on Switch. So, yeah, as for streaming services, it's not really that different from an old cable subscription, really. And you probably get more value for money. The problem arises in that all of the content is so balkanized now. Like there's one season of television of a show you like is over on Peacock, and then another season is just randomly on HBO Max, and then another season is randomly on Netflix. It's bizarre. It's the balkanization that's the problem. If they could be a bit more consolidated, it would be maybe more worth streaming. But I can understand but people are very frustrated with it because it's just gone back to the old cable subscription. And now advertisements are coming in because the streamers realized that they couldn't afford all of the production costs with streaming subscription fees alone. So they have to do ads. So there's a lot of ads in the now. So it's just full circle. It's just TV again. Anyway, I'll scroll way down to the bottom here. Ounce. I can afford streaming services, but if it's some niche thing, I'm just pirating instead. I mean, yeah, do what you want. I'll not tell you how to consume your content. Stacey Harvey. Hey, Despot, congrats on 100k subs. No shreds into the woke crap like you, mate. Oh yeah, no one shreds the woke crap like me. All right. Thanks very much, Stacey. Dan James, Despot of Antrim. Is there a film that was poorly plotted but you enjoyed because of the artistry in an area such as visuals or audio? It's a good question. I was almost there with Judge Dredd from 1995 because I rewatched that. Not for my Dredd video. I was just curious after I released my Dredd video. People were writing in the comments. I was getting quite a few comments from people saying, "Oh, Dredd 1995 was better. Judge Dredd was 1995 was better. It was more faithful to the source material. It was way better." So I went back and I watched it. I got an hour in and I was so disgusted with how bad it was that I just turned it off. I couldn't take anymore because although it did have some nice visuals, some nice production design, the plot was so terrible. It was like it was insulting the intelligence of the viewers. So, for example, there's a scene where the bad guy launches an ambush against the judges using all these bombs, and 95 judges die. And immediately I think, okay, so this guy can, the judges are so shite that 95 of them can be killed in the space of a few hours. That just broke the movie for me then and there. So that the judges are supposed to be really formidable, but also we just killed 95 in the space of one morning. It's like I couldn't anymore after that. I felt like the movie had just destroyed its own world build. And then the bad guy says something to the effect of, well, I can clone adult judges. And it was so stupid. Like, no, you can't. You can't just clone a new human being who is ready to go out onto the streets and do justice. That's so dumb. And I couldn't take any more after that. I just couldn't take it. It was fucking awful. And I did not know what the idiots in my comments writing things like, oh, Dredd 1995 was great. Like, fuck me. What are you talking about? Have you seen that fucking movie in 20 years? I swear to God, people who write those comments, they haven't watched it in 15 years. Like, man, go back and watch it. It's fucking terrible. The Angry Bootneck. Dredd vid was great, right on the money. Anyone who thinks 95 bad. I couldn't make it to the end. I was too disgusted. Sephoa, did you watch the video game TV show called Halo? No, but I heard that it was a steaming pile of shite. And I'm sure it is. I've never heard a single good thing about it from anyone. Everybody seemed to despise that fucking TV show. Okay, so Admiral Aubrey, streaming subscriptions allow companies to influence politics by feeding their audience with movies and series that have themes that support their political narrative. Well, that's always been true. You know, there was never a time where movies and TV shows weren't used for political propaganda. That has always been the case since the advent of film. And the woke era is just it's just the latest manifestation of that, but in a particularly extreme form. So you still had propaganda coming out of Hollywood, say, 2000 to 2015, but the intensity of the propaganda was nothing like what it turned into around 2015, 2016, where it was just horrific. I don't need to tell you how bad things got. You've seen a lot of the movies, and you've seen the MCU and Disney Lucasfilm and all that. So yeah, movies and TV, there's always been propaganda there, and there's always been social engineering there as well. Walked out the cinema watching Dredd, Rue Fuken Schneider Fuk right off. Dread 95 you talking about? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. JD the Beast. Hey Despot, do you live in the US or the UK? Asking because you're obviously from the UK, but you're also really knowledgeable of American culture and politics. I live in South Korea, and I did follow American politics for a while. I'm following it a lot less now because I simply don't have time. I'm following British politics less as well because I'm kind of black-pilled on it, but I'm also aware that nothing really is going to change at the very least until the next election, if not beyond that. And that the change is probably going to come from younger people because they're the people that have had to grow up with the problems created during the Blairite paradigm. So I don't have much hope for the UK in the near future, but I might get back into being more interested in politics when I think there's maybe some light appearing at the end of the tunnel. Okay, Jihun Shin. Willful ignorance in the West, I believe, is the biggest problem. No, it's not willful ignorance. It's sabotage. It's deliberate sabotage. But I don't want to be here talking about that for the next 20 minutes. Dimer 420X. Grat on the 100K. I can't wait for the annual Woke Awards later this year. Also, what is your opinion on The Boys? A lot of people asking me that tonight. I have not seen The Boys, and the Woke Awards is so stacked. There's going to be a lot of competition. Obviously, The Acolyte is the favorite. It should sweep. You know, The Acolyte, I'm expecting to win worst writing, worst directing. It's going to be close between The Acolyte and Joker, even though the directing the Joker was probably the only good thing about it. But people are going to blame Todd Phillips for the movie anyway, so he'll be. It's the Acolyte's probably going to win worst director though. It'll be good. You know, the worst awards. There's a lot of competition there, and yeah, obviously the Acolyte's going to win the most awards, but it should be competitive, which is what you want. Jake PH, would Despot of Antrim, what did you think of Daredevil and Punisher on Netflix? And do you think Disney will do it justice by moving forward? I haven't watched either of those shows. Anthony Jacobs, you get Mama's backstory. She gets all the really good, awesome scenes. And even though she makes some of the most stupidest as hell mistakes, she still seems like a mastermind. I mean, not necessarily a mastermind. She's very aggressive, but ultimately she's brought down by her own poor decision making, which is one of the reasons she's such a great character, because in modern entertainment, female characters are never held to account for their poor decision making. And in the case of Dredd, she makes bad decisions and she pays for it, and it's beautiful to see. All right, so Sturman, Despot of Antrim, what do you think is the best video game in your opinion? I think the best video game is Ocarina of Time, and the best 4X game is Medieval 2 Total War. Jacob Arison, great channel. Watched Scum because of you. Happily traumatized. Yeah, great movie. Great movie and a good antidote to a lot of the, certainly a good palate cleanser for a lot of the shite that you watch nowadays. Although it's not all bad, you know? Or is it all bad? What am I enjoying now? I mean, I'm watching the Sarah Connor Chronicles, the series at the minute. I'm really enjoying it. And like I said, I've only liked 2 movies this year. I think now is as good a time as any to talk about The Substance, because I wanted to talk about that. Somebody in the comments asked me to watch it because he wasn't happy about all the praise that it was getting. So I watched it, and I have to say, I think it's a fantastic movie. It will definitely get nominated for Best Picture Oscar because the director is a woman and they love nominating women. But it is a really good movie and it deserves a nomination. And Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley are both excellent in it. Demi Moore gives it her all. Like it's a really over the top performance, and it's shot in a very deliberately pornographic way. And the body horror in it is great. The makeup is fantastic, and the third act just goes shit insane. It builds up so well from the first to the third act. So many movies fall apart in the third act, and this one actually sticks the landing. It's really good. Some of the symbolism is a bit overwrought, but other than that, I thought it was terrific. It's also a movie whereby there's really only 2 main characters in it. So you've got a movie where there's two main characters and a very few scenes with a couple of side characters, but it's basically a movie about 2 characters. It has very little dialogue. And for a movie to be that good with that little dialogue and that few characters is quite an achievement. And it's beautifully directed. like the color grading, the cinematography, the shot composition, and everything. It's really good. And I think it's going to do amazingly well on rental because of the more pornographic scenes. Once word gets out that there is like full on nudity with Margaret Qualley and Demi Moore, yeah, it's going to do well. But also because it's a great movie. So that's the only movie I could recommend that year, along with Dune Part 2. Although I know a lot of you don't like Dune Part 2 because of how they did Shani in it. I still need to watch that again to figure out if I was right in my assessment of it. Anyway, let's move on. So Stacey Harvey, been watching your channel since you were about 55k subs. So glad I found your channel. Well, thanks for watching, Stacey Harvey. Very much appreciated. And Jihoon Shin, native Korean here. And Slip de Garçon, Sarah Connor Chronicles. How far are you? The first series is great, so enjoy that. Second series, I'm not so keen on. I'm on the 8th episode of the second season, I think, and I'm enjoying it. I enjoy the innovations that they do. It's because you look at it and you see things that later Terminator movies attempted to do but did very badly, and they're doing it quite well in the Sarah Connor Chronicles. So I'm enjoying it. I'm liking where the second season is at the minute, and yeah, we'll see. Puggles, I don't know if Demi Moore is much of a pull now. Well, I didn't say she is, but once word gets out that she does these full frontal nudity scenes in the movie, yeah, there'll be people who will just they'll want to watch it and stream it or rent it just out of sheer curiosity or because they're into gilfs. So yeah, she's obviously not what she was in the the 90s, but she still looks good for her age. Daniel, hey Despot, what are your thoughts on the Netflix live action production of One Piece? I thought it was the best show of 2023. It was brilliant. And it shows what can be achieved when a show is actually faithful to the source material. It was so entertaining. And that is exactly what a show should be. It should be entertaining. First and foremost, all right? It doesn't have to be super clever or super meta or have all these messages in it or be really well directed and really well wrought and have all the symbolism, like whatever. The first and most important thing is it has to be entertaining. And One Piece was entertaining as fuck. I loved it. It was such a good time. And it was so nice to get that big injection of positivity in a media landscape that is so often just negative and plodding and boring. And like The Acolyte, Jesus Christ, such a negative pile of shite. And so much stuff is like that now. So when you get something that's bright and positive and beautiful, like One Piece, it's satisfying. It's like this wonderful breath of fresh air in this disgusting media landscape. All right. Now, we're moving on to what is the name of the feminist song you always play? I'm a woman. I need to know. From Heavy Pulp Studios. It is the theme song from the Batwoman TV series from the CW. So the Batwoman CW show, it's the theme song. It's so fucking bad. Oh man, I need to watch that show. Jihoon Shin, what is your favorite manga or anime? I don't read mangas or animes, so I can't answer the question. Because any real police agency would have looked at all that and said, yes, let's send some swap. I don't know what movie or show you're referring to there. All right. So, Sturman, Despot of Antrim, I loved seeing you dissect body positive propaganda. Do you plan on analyzing advertising again? Because I really enjoyed. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I loved advertising. I loved my analysis of advertising, and they did decent numbers as well. The people were showing up to watch those videos. So, yeah, I reckon I would like to do more analysis of advertising and how it's used as propaganda. Definitely. For a long time, I've been meaning to do a video on anti-white advertisements because there's tons of those. Like there's fucking hours long compilations on YouTube of just anti-white advertising. And I would also quite like to do a video on ethno distortionism in advertising, whereby the ethnography of a country is deliberately distorted to give people a false idea of the demographics of the country. So in the UK, for example, the prevalence of the black population is massively exaggerated in advertising, partly for social engineering purposes, although also because all of these marketing firms, they're not necessarily working together in a conspiracy, but they all individually want to appear hip and cool and now and to imitate America as well. So the result of that is that every single ad, you've got some DEI Karen with a little checkboard making sure that there's as many black actors in the production as possible. And it is specifically black when you look at the UK productions, because they seem to, UK marketing firms, Americans as well, they fetishize black people much more so than any other ethnic minority. It's creepy and it's bizarre, but I don't. Yeah, they will fetishize them very specifically over any other race. So I might do that. I might do ethno distortionism. I might do anti-white advertising, because there's a lot of that, and I think there's a lot of really interesting propaganda tools and visuals that they use in those advertisements. There's a lot to look into there. And that's what I would focus on. I wouldn't necessarily go into the politics of it. I would just focus on the propaganda side of it, because propaganda is an art. And, some companies are very, very good at it. Like Nike. Nike are brilliant propagandists. And I do admire propaganda when it's done well. It's interesting to learn from. Jihoon Sheen, anti-whiteism is what happens when historical illiteracy with the Marxist agenda is encouraged. Yeah, because if whites have achieved all these things and Europeans have given all these great things to the world, well, that must be because they are at the top of the dominance hierarchy, and they only got there by being evil and conquering people. Yeah, it obviously comes from Marxism. Manual, form of character swapping you had seen, the most egregious case. It's always bad. It's always bad, and we always, it only ever goes in one direction. It's only ever a white character to something else, usually a black character. I felt The Little Mermaid was a particularly spiteful one because nobody wanted it, nobody asked for it, and the inference was that there was something wrong with Ariel before, but it's okay now. We fixed it. She's better now. So it was so spiteful and nasty, and one of the reasons the movie flopped is because it's like changing the color of the Coke can. If you buy a Coca-Cola can, if you walk into a shop and the Coca-Cola cans are suddenly blue and purple, you're not going to buy it because you don't know what the hell that is. It's like, what? What's that? I don't trust that. And the same thing with Ariel and the Little Mermaid. The brand on the Little Mermaid franchise is, Ariel, the pale-skinned mermaid with blue eyes and big flowing flush red hair. Especially in the international market, that is what people expected. And when they didn't get that, they didn't show up because Disney gave up the branding on it. I think that movie might have made $1 billion if they had cast, let's say, the girl who played the Ursula becomes evil and she turns into this really hot girl who was a way better actress than Halle Bailey. Halle Bailey was fucking shite. Let me see what she was called actually. Little Alexandra something, Little Mermaid cast or something Alexandra. Jessica Alexander. If they had just cast Jessica Alexander as the Little Mermaid, that thing would have done $1 billion, I've no doubt. But Disney were intent on their ESG score and their virtue signal and their spiteful race swap. So that was a particularly nasty one. I also felt that it was just, it was an unnecessary sort of unprovoked attack in the culture war. It's like, what are you doing, man? Nobody wanted this. Just, if you want to do your live action plagiarism, do it. But what the fuck is this about? Why do you have to be so spiteful about it? Anyway, Runner's Keeper. I loved how you fixed Velma. Oh yeah, the fucking race swaps in Velma as well. Jesus, that was a bad one. Because Mindy Kaling had to insert herself. And because she's Indian, Velma, of course, had to be Indian. Yeah, that was another nasty one. I enjoyed watching the madness unfold. Is there any chance we get something like that for other shows? That's one of my favorite videos that I've done, and it's certainly one of the like 2 or 3 that I'm most proud of. That Velma video. It took 6 weeks, and it's fantastic. It's basically a movie. I consider I Can Fix Velma to be a movie that I've released on my channel, and I would like to do more of that. I will do it in little segments. So when I do my Joker video, I'm going to have a pitch. I'm going to have a pitch for what I think the Joker movie could have been, and that will serve as a kind of I can fix segment. But having them as videos on their own, as much as I would love to do it, the two that I attempted fucking bombed. The Velma one in particular cratered. So they're a lot of work. That Velma one was a ton of work, and it just unfortunately I can't put in that kind of time and effort when I'm trying to support a family, and I need people to watch the videos. I need the videos to make money, to be perfectly honest. So I will do them in little segments in videos, but as separate videos, I unfortunately can't. Luke Barroso, Joaquin Phoenix got screwed with Napoleon and Joker. One could have been great, the other was unnecessary. Oh, I mean, the whole Napoleon debacle was just a mistake. It was a disaster. And Joker 2, I don't know what the fuck he was. I mean, he was very good in it, but how that script got through, I mean, there was no quality. There didn't seem to be any quality control on the script whatsoever. I did hear that Lady Gaga in one of her interviews said that they would write the script on the fly. She said she would show up to her trailer and she would see them writing the script on the fucking studio lot as they were shooting. And I 100% believe her because that's how bad the movie is. That's how bad that script is. It's just a terrible script. Absolutely fucking awful. So, John Hookway, where can I find some of your music, Lord Despot? I'm going to make a second channel. Don't worry, I'm not going to put a ton of effort and time into it. I don't have the time, but I will make a second channel where I'll put like piss take videos and like 5-minute non-playable sheep videos and things like that. And I'll post my music on the second channel. And I might also use the second channel for little live segment clips that I particularly like. And then I'll make you aware of the second channel once I've made it. All right. Jackman Jack Sparrow, would you review an obscure, random animated movie like the first Hoodwinked or Killer Bean? I would not, because I don't think anyone would watch the video unless it was a particularly awful movie and there was an angle that I could adapt to kind of frame it like the worst feminist animation I've ever seen. That would work. People would show up for that. But just a random animation movie, no, it wouldn't get any views. Jacob E. Larmer, just enjoyed your Dread video. I'm going to watch it tonight. Thanks for enlightening me on it. I was one of those folks that assumed it was a terrible 3D movie. A lot of people assumed that. Man, I was really tempted to actually do a separate 3D video because I was really getting into my 3D research and I was like, man, this is a fascinating period in cinema history. I might still do it. I might still make a separate video just on the whole 3D disaster, really, the rise and fall of 3D cinema, because it's it's just this bizarre little moment in cultural history. Man, I mean, I enjoyed it at first as a kind of something different. It's a bit of a gimmick, but my 3D to me, it's like the relationship between VR and gaming. I've tried VR games and they're okay. They're fun a couple of times as a gimmick and as something different. But Jesus Christ, you get bored of it quickly and you get sick of it quickly. By the end. The Angry Bootneck made reference to the occasional loopy comments. I said I loved Oasis, and someone said no, the best band in the 90s was Reef. Who the fuck are Reef? Fucking one song. What is Reef? I've never heard of Reef in my life. Reef band. I want to see these people. Reef are an English rock band from Glastonbury. I've never heard of them. And man, I know my British music. Okay, I've been listening since I was like 14, 15. I was hugely into British music at the time, and I've never heard of them. Who the fuck thinks Reef are the best band? Jesus, that's an obscure one. The Angry Bootneck, they did that one, Oh, Place Your Hands. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that. Alan Smith, using non-playable sheep as a way to steal man has been a big appeal of the videos, to be honest. Most channels just knock down strawman. Yeah, most channels, they'll build their own weak strawman in their own voice, and then they just, they'll knock them down, like you said. But it's fun to have non-playable sheep to, I mean, sometimes it's a straw man, but it's a funny straw man. And sometimes it's a more interesting argument. the main thing with non-playable sheep is that he's funny. He has to always be funny, right? If I'm gonna listen to these arguments, at least make me laugh, right? So that's his main job. His main job is to be funny and entertaining, but also to present the arguments from the other side. Lindsay, you seem a well-traveled and well-read man. Any plans for more international content in ways that would be profitable? International content? Like foreign movies? I mean, my audience is mostly American, but I think they would if I were to try something similar, like really pretentious European movies, the kind of those French movies where every second shot is a fucking close up. There's something I could do with that. I do have my problems with French cinema for that reason. I think it's filmed in a very pretentious, irritating style. A lot of it, like for example, that movie La Vie d'Adèle, which in English has the disgusting name "Blue is the warmest color," which is just one of the most pretentious fucking names of any movie that has ever been conceived of. That's some of the directing in that is just disgusting. Like there's a scene where they're eating spaghetti and watching TV, and there's these constant close-ups on them as they're forking the spaghetti into their mouths, and it's just gross. It's unnecessarily gross, ugly directing, and French cinema is full of that stuff. So I might do something like that, but we'll see. Ruard Heats, can you rank each of your characters like non-playable sheep or Knife? I could never rank them. They're all part of my team. I can't get them to I can't pit them against each other like that. But you will get a chance to vote on them on the worst of Woke Awards. So Yuri says, "Hey, what are your favorite places to hang out in Seoul? Would be glad to buy you a beer." Thank you very much, Yuri. I don't hang out anymore because I'm, married with kids, basically. So my hanging out days are over. But I very much appreciate the Manon. Thank you very much, Yuri. So let's see. Jihun Jangum from Daejangum Jul in The Palace is a great example of how a strong female protagonist should be. I've not seen The Palace, but I might check that out because I do need to watch more Korean stuff. Don't shoot me. Despot, how's your war against Canada for the crimes of Robin Hood going? They have not accepted my declaration of war yet. I emailed them to let them know that I am in a state of war with them, but they have not yet responded, so they haven't yet accepted my declaration of war. But I'll let you know when they do, so that we can, invade them once it's official. All right, Anthony Jacobs. Hey, wait a minute. I'm American. I know for a fact a lot of our movies and shows are a ripoff from other parts of the world. Yeah, there was one recently. God, what was it called? Speak No Evil. Was that it? Let me have a quick look. I saw it in cinema, actually. Yeah. It's far from the worst movie I've seen this year. Certainly, there's far worse. It's a Blumhouse movie. It was a remake of a Danish movie, I think. And fuck me, it was. Oh, they fucked it up so badly. The point of the Danish movie was that the couple who were doing the tormenting didn't use any weapons. That's very important. That's a very important psychological aspect of it. And then in the American remake, sure enough, he pulls out a fucking gun. It's like, oh yeah, that's the part where the Americans took over. And just awful. Steve Edmonds, hi Despot. Do you find actors off-screen political activism puts you off their on-screen characters? Honestly, no. I can give an actor full credit for a good performance. So, for example, Shazam 2 had, oh, Jesus, what's her name? I can't even believe I'm forgetting her name. Probably a good thing, actually. Rachel Zegler. She was the best thing about that movie by far. She was actually quite good in it. And I will admit that she is a good actress. And it's not difficult for me to admit that, and I can enjoy her performances on screen. I think she was good in that Hunger Games movie she was in. She's a good actress. And I don't really care that she mouths off and talks shite because she's just another dumb little American girl who has been through the public indoctrination system and has come out the other end with a head full of shite. like so many other young women in America right now, and really all over the Western world, and I know what I'm talking about. I've met so many of these women. I went out a lot in my 20s. I traveled in my 20s. I would stay in hostels, and I would meet these young feminists with just head filled with shite that they'd been taught in the public indoctrination system. And I just see her as one more of them. It's no big deal. I don't even particularly dislike her, because I know that she's just been told this from no age. She's been indoctrinated with this shite. So of course she's going to spout off. But that said, I really did genuinely dislike Amanda Stenberg. I think she's a really horrible person. And not just that her head has been filled with feminist shite, she's a really genuinely bad person. She's horrible. She's way worse than Rachel Zegler. Like, she makes Rachel Zegler look like someone I'd actually want to go and hang out with. That is how fucking bad Amanda Stenberg is. And she's going to get it in the Worst of Woke Awards. I'm going to tear that wee bitch to pieces. And I'm sure she'll get plenty of awards. She is fucking horrible. She's a horrible person. She's like a race baiter, but she's mostly white. Like, she's mostly European in terms of her genetics, but she does this black activist LARP. And it's bizarre. It's like she's slapping herself in the face with one hand and patting herself in the head with the other. It's so weird. She is just the worst horrible wee cunt that I've seen in popular media in years. She's disgusting. She's going to win Worst Actress, absolutely no questions asked, in Worst of Woke Awards. And it'll be nice for people to at least have that catharsis to vote her that very well deserved award, because not only, I mean, at least Rachel Zegler's a good actress, but Amanda Stenberg, she is shite. She is a crap actress, and she has no musical talent either, because she did some music as a teenager because she's a Nepo baby. And of course, her daddy, her white Danish daddy, set her up with, all the bigwigs in Hollywood in the music industry. She's never had to do a day's work in her fucking life. And she acts like she's oppressed and that she's a victim and all. Just horrible. Horrible. Christ. Okay, just thinking about that wee bitch. Starman, Despot of Antrim, will you make a full video on the Snow White remake? I think we'll have to, won't it? I mean, everybody's going to make a video on that. It's just going to be an absolute feast when that thing comes out. It'll be another one of those things where the movie bombs, but a ton of YouTubers make all the ad revenue off it. So yeah, I'm going to make a video on it, and it looks terrible. Like, the color palette, it's got this kind of vomit mustard color palette. The CGI. The CGI is disgusting. It's just some of the worst shit I've ever seen. The movie is going to be a disaster. And they must have spent $350 million just on the production alone by now. And then they're going to spend a ton on marketing. Oh God, it's going to be hilarious when it comes out. Just thinking about it. It's such a fucking, like, it hasn't even been released yet, and it's already probably the most unpopular movie ever made. Oh fuck. Leave it to Disney. Like, only Disney could pull that off. Oh, I love it. All right, so John Hookway, it's hard, but what are some standout great movies this year? Honestly, man, I have seen 2. Dune Part 2, which, as I say, I know a lot of you don't like, and The Substance. And that's it. We need to wait for the awards season. Then all the buzz about the indie movies is going to come out, and then we'll know. Because the indie movies are always the best movies, because Hollywood's so shit now. And that was the case in 2023. And I'm looking forward to the Razzies movies as well, because the Razzies is really good. The Razzies has been criticized. Some people say the Razzies went woke. The Razzies didn't go woke. The Razzies is done by vote. You could vote in the Razzies. You just pay them $50 a year, and then you send in your vote, and they count them, and then they give them the awards, and the votes are really, really good. So, for example, last year, I was annoyed that The Marvels was snubbed. It didn't get a worst movie nomination, because Shazam 2 got the nomination. It was the superhero movie that got the nomination. And then I watched Shazam 2, and I thought, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, I get it now, because that was one of the worst movies, one of the worst superhero movies I've ever seen. it might be as bad as the Marvels. RRTNZ says, Hail, any upcoming anatomies of a triumph on classic films such as Casablanca, Godfather, Lone Wolf McQuaid. Well, I mean, I did Dread. That was a movie, I did recently, and I'm really happy that the video has done reasonably well for a positive review. And yes, I will continue with the positive reviews. Probably won't make them quite as long next time, unless there's a really good story behind it, like there was with Dread. Great movie, but it flopped because of the fucking garbage marketing. I like that. I like when it's a great movie, but there's also a fun story behind it. I'd like to do another one of those videos. But the next few videos, we're just going to focus on tearing apart awful shit. So probably Joker will be the next one. And I'm also working on another really fun video about an old TV show, but I'll keep that one a secret because that's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. Kind of a surprise video. So, Despot of Antrim, will we ever get Scum the Will we ever get Scum the musical? It needs to happen. It does. I want Scum the musical. I want it with Todd Phillips directing, and I want it with the daddy, Ray Winston, in the lead role, playing Carlin, and I want him singing. All right? Go Phillips, that's his next project. Everybody. I don't use Twitter, but if you have Twitter, just tweet at him and tell him that he's going to do Scum the musical. Daniel, Amazon foolishly rejected your pitch. You're goddamn right they did. For the second season of Rings of Power and created a season worse than the first one. Do you believe it's as bad as The Acolyte? No, man. No, it's nowhere near as bad as The Acolyte. The Acolyte, it's bad. I mean, if you saw my video, you know how bad it is. It's bad in ways that are genuinely difficult to comprehend. It's one of the worst pieces of media ever made, The Acolyte. It's the culmination of woke, right? It is. And I don't use the word woke lightly, and I know that's ironic coming from a guy whose most popular videos are called the worst of woke awards, but I don't use that word lightly. I do use it, but I think very carefully before I use it. The Acolyte is the culmination of woke. Concord is the culmination of woke in the video game industry. And it's going to be remembered as such, The Acolyte. It'll be remembered as one of the worst shows ever made. And the culture, I mean, that little flashpoint, that little battle, that almost war that erupted in the culture around The Acolyte, it was crazy. I would love to do a video just talking about the whole culture war around The Acolyte. Forget, let's leave the show over here for a bit. That's terrible. We all know that, but let's just talk about this crazy culture war. In a few years from now, I'd love to do a whole retrospective about it and how it precipitated the end of the woke era, which of course it's going to, how it destroyed the careers of Amanda Stenberg and Leslie Headland, which of course it will. Their careers have been trashed by this. No one's going to want to associate with Leslie Headland after this. And any project she gets put on is immediately going to be on the defensive because now they're going to have to justify why they brought in this utter moron and incompetent hack. And then Amanda Stenberg's done. She's done, man. Anything she gets near is going to be attacked just for having her in it. She is horrible. She's just way worse than Amanda Stenberg, and people don't want to ever see her in anything ever again. She has trashed her reputation, and she didn't have to. Look at Sydney Sweeney. When Madam Web came out, what did she do? She went on late night. She got her tits out. She told some fun jokes. People laughed. She cracked a smile. It was nice. And Amanda Stenberg, for all her faults, she has been blessed by the gods of genetics to be a very beautiful woman. And if she'd done the same thing, worn a nice dress, showed some cleavage, went on late night, told a few jokes, throwing The Acolyte under the bus where it belongs, people would love her for it. And she would have been able to, have some success after that. And instead, she blew it. She decided to get in on the on attacking the fans and on I call it the identity skag binge. I called it in my DEI video. I predicted it. I knew this would happen, right? It always happens. It's happened with the She-Hulk crowd. They were all having a great time mocking the chuds, and then their careers all went into the shitter after that. Anyway, just it's good to see that show fail. We'll say that. And it's good to see the Joker 2 fail because I fucking hate that movie. Jihoon Shin, the Huts hiring the lesbian commie witches pitch he had was brilliant. I don't think it was brilliant, but it was pretty good. And I think you could have made a decent show with that pitch. But it's Lucasfilm, and Lucasfilm don't do. I mean, they did Andor. I'll give them that. But yeah, you can't make anything good with Kathleen Kennedy in charge, really, can you? I think she must have just been on a different continent when they made Andor. Ryan Radway, Despot, have you ever had the great pleasure of viewing the film Rubber? Rubber? I have not. No. Erica Mikuta, Amanda's twerking in her stupid fucking hate video was so goofy. That thing, that's got to win worst song though for worst awards, doesn't it? Definitely worst music video, but should win worst song. We'll see what happens. Lesmer, did you make a pitch or just a YouTube video? I made a pitch for Rings of Power Season 2. That was a full YouTube video. And I made a pitch for Velma Season 2, and that was a full YouTube video. And then I did a pitch. Oh, I know what you're talking. You're talking about the Acolyte. Yeah, it was just a little pitch in my Acolyte video for how you could have incorporated the lesbian witches into the Star Wars universe and done it diegetically and done it in a way that was actually entertaining and drove the plot. They could have done it, but I mean, Leslie Headland can't do it. She's a moron and she's talentless. Despot, aside from English and Korean, how many other languages do you speak? And also, have you ever seen the third season of Deutschland 83? Haven't seen the third season. I need to watch that, man, because I love Deutschland 83, but I haven't seen the third season yet. I speak French, and my French is very good. I speak very mediocre Korean. Even though I've lived here for a decade, my Korean just isn't good, man. It's the vocabulary. It's very, very difficult to remember all the words. But I did get the grammar okay. I can have conversations in Korean. You know, I had a 6-month relationship with a Korean girl, and that was a long time ago. It was in 2014, was it? And we just mostly spoke Korean. And I still study Korean every day a little bit, although not much. You know, my Korean's not terrible. It's okay, but it is a very, very difficult language. My French is good, though. I lived in France for a year, and French is much easier if you speak English. So if you're a native English speaker. All right, so Andy Laser 3000, thank you very much, Andy Laser. Maybe I should, and I speak a little bit of German. I studied German for a year, so maybe I'll say this in German. So Andy Laser, what 3000? I think it's been a while since I studied German. I had to stop because life happened, you know. RTNZ gives me $2. Thank you very much, RTNZ. Who's going to play you in your propaganda biopic? I've already decided this. Oh. I want to be played by Amanda Stenberg in my biopic and no one else. We need to work as well. Guys, I'll be back. Oh, E.G. Hun Shin says, Wanjon debagi yosoyo. Perfectly great. Is that what that means, Ji Hun Shin? Perfectly or greatly, perfectly great, greatly big. Provide me with a translation, Ji-Hun. But 감사합니다. I'll say that. All right. Paul Connolly. Despot of Antrim. Thanks, Despot. Can't wait to hear what you think of Deutschland 89. Yeah, I will try to watch that third season. I watched so much shit. I mean, even for this stream, I watched a lot of stuff. I watched the... I was close. I thought what he wrote was greatly big, and it meant it was epic. So I was pretty close. Despot of Antrim, have you seen Pink Floyd's The Wall? It's probably worth an analysis. I haven't seen The Wall though. I know that it was on the comments for me to watch, but I couldn't get to all of the stuff. I watched a bunch of stuff for this stream, like Civil War and the Old Dread movie, because I thought that might come up. The Substance and Rings of Power. I finished that, and of course Agatha All Along. I caught up with that and some other stuff. Oh, and I watched The Secret Life of Walter Mitty because somebody asked me to watch The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. And I mentioned that I couldn't get past 20 minutes. It was just too bored. So Strider gives me $20. Hey, Despot, I love your videos. Congrats on 100K. Thank you very much, Strider. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. RRTNZ, got to go to bed now. It's 4 a.m. Jesus, man. But sincere congratulations. Looking forward to 500K and your eventual takeover of Western Europe. Cheers. Thank you very much for staying up with me and for participating in the chat, RTNZ, and for the super chats. I really appreciate it, man. And yeah, thank you. So I will be back in a minute, guys. I need to go take a piss. Oh, by the way, chat, I want to ask you about this because I was gonna do a community post about this, but I want to ask you this specifically. What do you think of video premieres? Hold on. Jihoon Shin is westernizing. Jihoon Shin's written English is really good, for a Korean, because Koreans really struggle with English, but he's actually, yeah, very impressive. Korea is westernizing at a crazy pace. I mean, it depends what you mean by westernizing. Um, no, because it just it to be and as depressing as it is, to be Western now is to be woke. It's to embrace LGBTQ nonsense. It's to become globalist as opposed to nationalist. And South Korea is not any of those things. It is a wholesome country. It's a country which values family, which is ironic given that it has the world's lowest birth rate. But you can't walk through a street in a major city in the West during what is it, June, without a pride float and some guy riding on top of it with his cock hanging out. You couldn't get away with that in Korea. You'd be arrested. And it's been tried. Like there's a pride march every year in Korea, and it's mostly Westerners. It's mostly Westerners and their Korean friends, they're sort of Korean hangers on, and they're out waving their flags and everything. And it's so bizarre. It's like you are cultural imperialists. You're trying to essentially inject cultural poison into this country, and you don't even fucking realize it. And you're the same people that bang on endlessly about the evils of colonialism, and you're trying to culturally colonize another country. You fucking degenerates. So no, I don't think Korea is westernizing because it's not woke. It rejects all that shite. It's very patriotic. You see a lot of Korean flags in the street every time they have a public holiday. There's Korean flags all over the street. They have a genuine pride in their country. You can't be proud of your country and you're Britain. You'll be fucking arrested if you try to hang up a Union Jack in the UK. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. Joseph Gray, love your channel. Have you seen Knox Goes Away on Max? If so, what do you think? No, it's the first time I've heard of it. Hold on. Manuel. So you essentially moved to Korea for the same reason Andrew Tate moved to Romania. Lol. I was 22 when I moved here, so I just wanted a job, man. To be honest, I just wanted to go somewhere, get a job, get to work, travel a bit. Nothing too big, really. I was a young guy. I had very, very few prospects, and I just wanted to get a start in life. That's all. And I'm very grateful to Korea for giving me that. On the topic of premiering, when you set a video to premiere, YouTube will promote it 20 minutes before it premieres, so you can just move it back to exploit the algorithm. Yeah, but I wanted to ask you what you thought about premieres because it seems to be very unpopular. When I went to premiere my Acolyte video, I was getting a lot of pushback in the chat. A lot of people saying, "Man, premieres suck. We don't want this. Just post the fucking video." And I just at the L canceled the premiere and posted the video, and that was fine. You know, I had no problem with that because if that's what the subs want, then fine. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't really fancy sitting doing the chat for 3.5 hours. I do like this. I like this live interaction, but to actually sit typing on a keyboard in the chat, and the chat goes really fast. It's very, very hard to respond. So I was quite happy to cancel the premiere. And I'm never going to do a premiere again. But just generally, what do you think of premieres? Because I find it's kind of like the worst of two worlds. It's not really a video you can just watch at your own pace, and it's not a live like this is. It's sort of a bad hybrid of both when I thought about it. And I agreed that it is, that they do suck, which is why I was quite happy to eat the L and just post the video normally. Anyway, Jihun Shin says, "Thank you for your compliment. Actually, I've lived in Hong Kong for more than 20 years. Well, I guess that explains it. Yeah. Jay Goodwin, congrats on 100K Despot. Your content has definitely proven worth it for the audience. Thank you very much, and thanks for watching. Do you like Gorillas? Says Tazar Ute. Yes. I love their early stuff. I could quite happily live without pretty much everything they did after Plastic Beach. Humans in particular was fucking dreadful. But the first album's very good, and Demon Days is amazing, man. Demon Days is a masterpiece. Demon Days, that might be Damon Albarn's greatest album. As in, maybe even better than all the stuff he did with Blur. Probably is, you know. Because I listen back to Blur nowadays, and I still really like Blur, but some of the stuff's a bit dated. Some of the songs aren't quite as good as I remember them being. And you listen to 13, and some of it's quite overindulgent. The songs are too long, and there's some choppy stuff in there, some second-rate stuff that really shouldn't be on the album. You know, that really should be an amazing album, and they need to get in there and cut away 10 to 15 minutes of it. But there's none of that on Demon Days. Demon Days is just, it's this amazing album. It's incredible from start to finish, and it's got this unique sound. Fuck me, what a great album. So yeah, I love the early Gorillaz. Decent Nuts, I really like your breakdown of Rob Galadriel at our Galadriel as the villain. The scene comparison was brilliant. Yeah, that was good fun. If I were to do another, like a Rap Season 2, Rings of Power Season 2 video, it would probably be something like a parody. I might do a kind of like a Sauron the Great parody, or I might do another Galadriel, something like that. And I would use very dramatic, overwrought music. But I could not do like a serious takedown of Rings of Power Season 2 because it's the exact same thing as Season 1. If you want to know what's wrong with Rings of Power Season 2, watch my Rings of Power video because it's all the same mistakes, simply repeated. In fact, the best video I've seen on Rings of Power was by, let me just get it for you here. When a TV show doesn't learn from its mistakes, Rings of Power. That's the name of the video, but I can't remember the name of the channel. Phil Mento. That's not a very memorable name. Rings of Power. When TV shows don't learn from their mistakes, Anatomy of a Failure. That was very good because I think that was the main problem with it. It just repeated the same mistakes as Season 1, and they had no interest in improving and in yeah, they just sort of leaned into it and turned it into full-on junk content. So Anthony Jacobs, hey, that chick is not Galadriel. It's just some moody teenage girl. Jackman Jack Sparrow, would you make The Boys Season 4 review? In my opinion, it epitomizes the show's fall from grace. Never seen a minute of The Boys. And in order to do a Boys Season 4 video, I would need to watch all 4 seasons, which would take forever. So, no, unfortunately. Adam McGrath, Despot, please will you do a breakdown of Made in Britain by Alan Clark? It's an absolute powerhouse of a movie. Let me have a look. Made in Britain, 1982. I'll look into it because I might like to continue my Maybe I could do an Alan Clark series and do 3 of his movies or something like that because he is a very interesting director, and I like his style. So I'll definitely watch the movie, and we'll see. I might, yeah, I would be tempted to do that, to be honest. Oogie Boof, Despot, please say hello to my tortoise, Gulliver. He's a big fan. Well, hello, Gulliver. All right, Miri Maza. Mirdania was supposed to be a strong female character. They turned her into a Sauron simp. Who the hell was Mirdania? Was that the blonde elf who was helping Celebrimbor with the rings? Yeah, she was a bit of a nothing character. Can you please do an hour-long evisceration of Yellow Jackets and Cobra Kai? Yellow Jackets is fucking shite. Man, I could not get through one episode of that. It was just structurally so terrible. The first episode, it takes you all through all these different characters, their young version and then their old version, and it becomes very, very confusing. You have no idea who the hell is who. It's trying to do too much. And it's Lord of the Flies with women, but it doesn't work because women aren't men. They don't behave like men. They wouldn't do that, right? Men, maybe, yeah, okay, maybe, but not women. And it's kind of it's pretending that women would go savage in the wild. Well, they fucking wouldn't. They'd build a campfire and they'd wait for the men to arrive. That's all they'd do. All right, so John, Despot of Antrim, are you excited for the 1984 remake where Julia starts fighting Minilove officers while Winston is torturing 101 and she kicks everyone's ass with girl boss fighting? You could do that. I mean, you could do a parody where you basically remake 1984 and you turn it into a kind of woke remake. I mean, I would. That's something I could do. If you give me $1 million budget, I'll make a parody of woke remake shite. I'll do a remake of 1984, and we'll have Julia as a girl boss, and we'll make Winston Smith the bad guy, and all this other shite. Sure, that sounds like a fun parody. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. All right, Nicholas Coob, what was the earliest great film memory you can remember? I've never answered that before. I do remember watching The Simpsons as a very young boy with my brothers, and I really enjoyed that. And I remember watching Clint Eastwood westerns with my father as a very young boy. Maybe The Magnificent Seven. I know that's not Clint Eastwood. That's Steve McQueen. I remember watching that with my father. He loved that movie, and that was a nice early memory of film that I have because that's a great movie. I love the part at the end where the shootout starts. You know, when what is his name? Calvera. Let me see if I got that right. The Magnificent Seven cast at sea. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're giving me the remake cast. Who the fuck cares about that? Well, the main bad guy anyway. So I love it when he comes in and he says, "You think these walls can keep my men out?" And then Steve McQueen says, "No, they were built to keep you in." Just awesome. The kind of awesome shit you just never get anymore. What the hell was the guy's name? Yeah, Calvera. That's right. Yeah, I got it right. It's Calvera. Love that. Love that. Love that scene. And that was a really nice memory. Joseph Race, have you heard of the TV show It's a Sin from 2012 by Russell T Davies? Might explain why he decided to destroy Doctor Who. I don't ever want to watch anything from Russell T Davies again. That season of Doctor Who was just disgusting. It was one of the most disgustingly bad things I've ever seen. Was just grabbing the viewer by the neck and rubbing their nose in gay shit. I mean, I'll just be blunt about it. That's what it was. That was the entire season. It was fucking awful. It was just them rubbing the viewer's nose in it really spitefully, like, ha ha ha. God, it was awful. And of course it's gonna get cancelled. What the fuck were you thinking? Of course it's getting cancelled. It was terrible. And whose bright idea was it to make Ncuti Gatwa the doctor? He was terrible. You know, his prancing and dancing and running around, and he can't get through a single sentence without putting some really effeminate gay accentuation or accent on the words. Oh, he was awful, just awful to watch. That's such a horrible show. It's just viscerally disgusting. Lord Ashfifth Flyers, $20. Thank you very much, Lord Ashfifth. That has considerably cheered me up after briefly discussing the absolute calamity that was Doctor Who. That last season of Doctor Who. I hope they cancel it and that it stays cancelled for a long time, and that Russell T Davies, the British government should pass a law making sure that he is never allowed to be in creative control of anything ever again, because that was just a crime against humanity. I recommend the movie Redline. It is an animated movie. The basic plot is an intergalactic race is going to be held on a planet. I'll say that again. That sounds interesting. An intergalactic race is going to be held on a planet, and the planet doesn't want this. It sounds like mass immigration. It sounds like an allegory for mass immigration. Interesting. What's your favorite musical, Despot? That's a very easy one. It's South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. Absolute masterpiece. Ji-Hoon Shin. The Last Crusade was such a great movie indeed. Yeah, Last Crusade. Fantastic movie. Doctor Who ended with 12 Doctors. I'm not a big Doctor Who fan, but I do know that season of television that Russell T Davies produced was an abomination before God and man, and it needs to be burned. Just burn, kill it with fire. Okay? Just kill it with fire. My God, it was awful. Have you watched or do you watch Red Letter Media? You've basically replaced them for me. That's the biggest compliment I can give. You're not exactly the same content. Your work is exquisite. I've heard of them. I might have watched some of their stuff. Let me briefly look. Red Letter Media. Let's see here. Oh, I've heard of them, but I've not watched them because I simply don't have time to watch a lot of long videos. So I have to be very discriminating in my information diet, my YouTube diet, and yeah, so I haven't watched much from them. Thyrax gives me $20. Grats on 100K. Thank you very much, Tythrax, and thank you for the super chat. And 73 Elephants. My earliest great memory was probably Magic Roundabout. Yeah, I've not seen that one. And 740, they made the definitive prequel criticism. Interesting. There must be an old channel then, if they were doing prequel criticism, maybe. And yeah, but I've never watched any of their stuff. Have you watched Mr. In Between? It's an Aussie series that is short but very sweet. No, I've never heard of it. And Luke Memes, what do you think about Christopher Lee? Well, I mean, he's Christopher Lee. He's an absolute legend. Obviously, the one that immediately springs to mind is Sauron performance. And he did this. He did a lot of. He was doing like metal music by the end of his life. Count Dankula did a great video on him, an absolute Mad Lads video, in which he talked a lot about Christopher Lee. He had a very interesting life, and he just one of the greats, man. What more can you say about him? Jonathan Brady, congrats on 100. I do know that Christopher Lee, he wanted to play Gandalf. He was actually kind of devastated when Peter Jackson asked him to play Sauron and not Gandalf, because he had actually asked J.R.R. Tolkien, can I play Gandalf if they make a Lord of the Rings adaptation? And Tolkien had said, yeah, I think he'd be great. So he had Tolkien's blessing, but he ended up as Sauron. And of course, that was the right decision. I think he was the perfect Sauron. But he did initially want to play as Gandalf. Manuel, if you were king of the world and were allowed to punish the worst contributors to the woke culture, who would you give the worst punishment to, and what punishment would it be? I would just ban them all from being involved. I wouldn't though. I can't do that. I can't ban them from expressing themselves. You know, that would be. I mean, there's despotic and there's demonic. I wouldn't even need to. They're done, man. Like, they're done. It's over for them. Look at what happened to Concord. Look at what happened to the Acolyte. You know, they are the authors of their own destruction. I don't need to help them with that. You think that many people are going to be knocking on Leslie Headland's door anytime soon? Do you think that the lead dev who put Concord together for $400 million, do you think he's going to be getting any major offers from Nintendo or Sony or Ubisoft or any major studio? No, he's done. His career's done. He's finished and he fucking knows it, which is why he's being such a wanker on Twitter. So you don't need to do this. They've destroyed themselves. And that's it. And it's beautiful to see. Lord Alshvift Flowers. Thank you very much, Lord Alshvift. If you're looking for a palate cleanser after the woke trash, you will love it. Can't recommend it enough. All hail the despot. Uh, okay, great. Thank you. And Marbella Otaiza. Sean Connery should have been Gandalf. I don't think he would have done it. Sean Connery did very few movies at the end of his career. His last movie was The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And even before that, he was doing a few movies. I think he just lost interest and he had his money and he was off living in the Bahamas, just living the good life. And fair play to him, enjoy your retirement if that's what you want to do. Joseph Race, have you heard of John Wick ripoff called Dogman from 2024? The protagonist is apparently a trans furry disabled in a I'm actually having trouble reading this. A trans furry disabled in a wheelchair person. That must be a parody. Dogman? Let me look that up. This must be a joke. Dogman 2024. I'm seeing a few trailer thumb. Oh my god, it's true. Somebody in a wheelchair with a dog. I'll have to check that out, man. That sounds like a interesting time. All right. So Anthony Jacobs, the only reason why we're getting these movies still is it takes a while to make movies. So that's also true. So we've got like 5 years of these movies before Hollywood shifts. So I would say Hollywood probably stopped. They definitely started to alter to de-wokeify content, to edit out a lot of the political messaging in 2023. So the movies that have come out this year, that stuff was edited out starting in 2023. Especially when you had that summer of blockbuster bombs, and they realized they really woke them up and lit a fire under their ass. But there's still more movies to come, and Snow White. I think I was streaming with Echo Chamberlain, and I think he said that he reckons Snow White will be probably the swan song of the woke era, and I would agree with that. I think that Snow White will probably be seen as the last big woke production, and it absolutely will be, because they can't have her doing housework. They're not going to edit that out. They're not going to have her doing housework. They're definitely going to have her in a leadership position, and they have to destroy the original movie. She's not going to be in love with the prince, all that stuff. So it's definitely going to be woke trash. Disney cannot but have it as that. So that will probably be the last major production in which you see that very, very far left wing messaging pushed to the forefront of a piece of entertainment. And you'll get some minor productions as well after that, but they'll be so small that I think most people won't notice. And then as for video games, Concord was a nuclear bomb in the video game industry that has studios shitting themselves, and they understand now that the modern audience does not exist. And when I say it doesn't exist, I mean it very literally. Concord topped out at like 800 users or something like that, simultaneous on Steam. So, it's all coming crashing down, and it's beautiful to see. Night Party Crasher King 01 gives me $5. Thank you very much. I recommend the film Once Upon a Time in America with the Penguin out. It seems fit. Director's cut only, though. 4 hours, 30 minutes, worth every second. All right. Thank you for the recommendation and the super chat. Please review Dogman. I'll watch it because I do try to watch as much shite as I can near the end of the year when all the the awards bait stuff. We still need to get all the awards bait movies. They're going to come out in November and December. They come out close to the Oscars and the award shows so that they're fresh in the critics' memories. And when the time comes to nominate all the movies. So we're going to get a lot of trash near the end of the year as well that I got to watch. So maybe I'll watch Dogman then. Joseph Race, what is shocking is that the director of Dogman is the same director who made Leon. Man, Leon's an amazing movie. Wow. Now I really want to watch this movie. Uh, Le Jonge, or Le, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Le Jonge. Hey Despot, your video on Dread was awesome. Couldn't agree more that the soundtrack is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, Paul Leonard Morgan's soundtrack for that movie is excellent. Like that's a great soundtrack, and it's Dread. It's a great movie. It's one of the greatest movies of the 2010s. All right, Jihoon Shin. Black Myth Wukong, on the other hand, is rocking. Yeah, like I say, I don't play new games. I'm really more of a retro gamer at the minute. I'm playing Age of Mythology Retold, which is a remaster of Age of Mythology. It's a very good remaster. I still haven't done the online multiplayer, which I might try. I'm just playing against the computer at the minute to try to get a bit better at it first. And it's a really fun game. The remaster's great. I think I paid $25 for it, and it was worth it. I feel like it was money well spent. It's not like the $70 I spent on Tears of the Kingdom, and I just gave up on Tears of the Kingdom. I was so fucking bored. Like, I just want games to be fun. And I recently played through Turok 2 Remaster on Steam, and that's an example of a remaster that does it really well, because the biggest problem with the Nintendo 64 version was the aiming. The aiming is trash in that game, and it's such a shame because it kind of ruins what is otherwise a brilliant game. But the remaster, the aiming is the controls are perfect. The only thing that I would say I dislike about the remaster is that it doesn't have that N64 fog. The fogginess that was a natural result of the poor draw distance in the N64 and the limited technology. And you lose a bit of atmosphere because of that. But other than that, it's an amazing remaster, and I thoroughly enjoyed playing my way through it. So yeah, I'm mostly a retro gamer. And also modern games they're expensive and they come out and they're buggy. Like, look at that piece of shit. Star Wars Outlaws. What are they? Like $130, and it's just a buggy mess. And it's terrible. It looks like shit. It's boring. You play as this boring nothing burger of a character. Just who the fuck wants that? Anyway, Night King 01. To add to the previous, Once Upon a Time in America is severely underrated. One of Sergio Leone's last and best films. A decade spanning gangster epic. Definitely going to check it out, man. Thanks for the recommendation. What do you think of Dustborn? Says Mary Maza. I've seen some videos on Dustborn, and it just looks like an incredibly boring movie, or an incredibly boring game. Sorry. You play as this band of DEI box tickers, and like there's a mechanic in the game where you literally have to play through her little song on the guitar. It just looks so terrible. Everything about it. I mean, Jesus Christ. I wouldn't be curious to play it though, because I've been there. I've been curious about games, and I'm bored out of my mind within 5 minutes, just because the gameplay is so poor. S. Makula says, "Are you in Belfast, Baldy?" I'm not in Belfast, but I hear from family back home that a lot of bald men in Belfast now are getting hair transplants. That's kind of the done thing. It's not something I would ever do, right? I'm quite happy with how I look, but yeah, apparently it's become quite common now. It's a shame, that men have become such pussified wimps that they can't even accept their own natural look. They just can't even like, they're behaving like women. They get all fussy when their hair starts falling out. It's like, accept it, man. You're a man. You're going bald. Just if it bothers you, shave it all off. No big deal. What a pack of pansies. All right. Remember Bubble Butt. Dustborn is one of the worst games I have ever seen, and officially funded by the EU. That's right. Yeah, it was partly funded by the EU and partly funded by the Norwegian government, is my understanding. So they weren't really accountable to the private sector. So you can kind of understand why it's as bad as it is, because they thought, well, it's nobody's money really. What's taxpayers' money? But as far as they're concerned, they think, oh, it's grant money. We can do whatever we want. So you can understand why it is such a piece of trash. The really bizarre one is Concord. The fact that they genuinely thought that was going to be successful is astounding. And a term which has come out of the Concord disaster, which I love, and I hope that it really enters the popular lexicon, is toxic positivity. I wish I'd come up with that term myself, because I would have used it in my Bros video, because that movie was made in an environment of toxic positivity. And you can see it when you watch the featurette. That is what toxic positivity looks like. you're not allowed to criticize it. If you criticize it, you're some sort of bigot. It's going to be a smash hit, and if you say otherwise, then you're a hater. Like that's bros. That's Concord. That's the acolyte. And what you get in a toxic positivity atmosphere is gigantic bombs, just disasters like the ones I just mentioned. Mo Sislak, thank you very much for the $20, Mo. Means a lot, man. If you have not already watched it, please check out the 1994 remake Maverick, directed by Richard Donner and starring a pre-blacklisted Mel Gibson. It's a gem of a film. Yeah, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I will say though, Mel Gibson, it's a shame that he did get blacklisted because he was. I think that Apocalypto might be the best movie of this century. It is, yeah. So came out in 2006. That might be the best movie of this century. It's a masterpiece, and it's in this. I don't even know the name of the language that it's in. There's some sort of Amerindian language. One of the greatest movies ever made. Mel Gibson was one of the greatest directors at the time, and then Hollywood went and blacklisted him because he said bad things about. Well, allegedly, he said bad things about Jews when he was drunk. But I mean, the hypocrisy of it, like how many directors openly say horrible things about white people all the time, like on TV, on late night television. And what do? They laugh, right? But if you say something bad about Jews, like Mel Gibson did, he got blacklisted for that. You like just horrible double standards. You saw the same thing with the Palestine Israel protests on university campuses in the United States. These were the same campuses which had been hosting the most vicious anti-white activism, really, for a decade. And not a fucking thing happened. They didn't lose any of their funding. But as soon as they started criticizing Israel, then the funding disappeared. Then people were angry. Then it was a problem. It's like, what? You don't think that's a bit of a double standard? Anyway, Yuri gives me two Imanon, or not Imanon, Ichanon. Thank you very much, Yuri. Make a video about Concord, please. I would be tempted to make a video about Concord just because of the sheer scale of the calamity. It really is astonishing how massive that was. There's a lot of information still coming out about it. Concord will feature in next year's Worst of Woke Awards. You will be able to, I'm going to add a worst game category because a lot of people have been asking for that. And I will also include Concord in a couple of other categories because why the fuck not? It's a bit of fun. And I've got some fun stuff planned for Concord already. I've got a really fun section featuring Concord for next year's Worst of Woke Awards. It's going to be really funny. John Hookway, Dragged Along Concrete was great. Do you have a top 3 musical? Do you have any thoughts on the musical Alien Starship Troopers musical? I didn't know there was a musical of Alien or Starship Troopers. Dragged Along Concrete. Have I seen that? Let me have a look. I might have. Oh, no, I haven't seen that yet. I do want to watch that, though. My top 3 musicals would be South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut is my favorite musical. I do like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and I like the Disney Renaissance musicals. So Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin would be the 2 best. The Wizard of Oz is another good one. Let's see what else here. I'm just looking at Jesus Christ Superstar. I liked when I was a kid. That was a pretty good one. Although it's very dated now, that musical style. I don't like Sweeney Todd. That Tim Burton adaptation bored the shit out of me. Most musicals I don't like, I'm gonna be honest, but I do like some. Like I'm not anti-musical. I'm not one of those guys who just hates musicals and who can't stand them. If the songs are really good, then yeah, I do like musicals. But by far my favorite is South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. That's such a masterpiece, that movie. I'd like to do a video on that, actually. The medley and Bigger, Longer, and Uncut is my favorite. I sang it. Story, man. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a video of you singing that to your family. Joseph Race, I'm surprised you haven't talked about a film called Love Lies Bleeding. It looks like another woke pile of trash. I must watch it. I must watch it. Maybe it would be good meat for a video. Okay, remember Bubblebutt? Will you do a long form video on the Disney sequel trilogy like you did with The Acolyte? I will be doing a video on The Force Awakens next year because it's the 10-year anniversary, and it won't be so much a review. It will be more like a retrospective examining just how appallingly dated that movie is, because it's horribly dated. Like the very first line of it is a fourth wall break. It's meta commentary, which is a very very 2010s thing. It's a very millennial thing. You know, you saw that in She-Hulk and Velma, and a good example of it was Deadpool. Another bad example, good. I don't know. I haven't seen the fucking show, but that Phoebe Waller-Bridge show. Can't even remember the name of it, but that was very meta. So meta was a big thing in the 2010s, and the first line of The Force Awakens is a fucking meta commentary, and it was an indication that ultimately what Disney were going to do was feed on the Star Wars franchise to just cannibalize it, and that they would the new stuff they were making was going to be a kind of Frankensteinian regurgitated zombified form of all of the old stuff, and that there was no other influences there. The only influences were old Star Wars and modern politics, and that's one of the reasons it was so fucking bad, Disney Star Wars. And yeah, so I'm definitely going to do a video on The Force Awakens next year, talking about how badly dated it is. And it's not just that, there's tons of stuff in there that you look at and you're like, man, that has aged so badly. And you compare it to, say, the original Star Wars, which is timeless because it doesn't have all of those nasty tropes from the 70s. In fact, it was doing the complete opposite. All that shit in the 70s, very depressing movies, down to earth, gritty, about everyday life. And George Lucas comes out of nowhere with this super fun space opera fantasy movie, and people loved it because they wanted that. They wanted to be transported. They wanted to get away from the dark and gritty and grimy and miserable, and to have fun again at the movie theater, which is something that had been lost in the 70s. So, yeah, The Force Awakens is a piece of shit, and I'm looking forward to doing a video on that next year. And then a couple of years later, I might do The Last Jedi as a kind of 10-year retrospective. It's interesting to see how badly those movies dated, because they were bad at the time, but they're fucking awful when you watch them now. There's so much. Even The Force Awakens, that thing is generally thought of as kind of okay. It's not. It's awful. It's just terrible. Just not as bad as the other two. Okay. Do you have a workout channel? No, but I've never thought about it, but maybe I'll do that. I'll make a workout channel. All right, Max Barker, I found you through the Scum video. Not many have. That's not one of my more popular videos, although it's not bad. It got over 100K views. So I'm glad, man. I'm glad that people are enjoying and watching that Scum video. It's probably one of my favorite that I've done this year. It was nice to get in there and really get under the skin of that movie and examine it, because nobody's done that. That's pretty much the only Scum analysis on YouTube, and it deserved it. It deserved an analysis. Although I'm not happy with the editing. I'm almost tempted to do a remaster of that, because I wasn't happy with how the editing turned out, because I was very surprised with the copyright. It was much more strictly copyrighted than I'd anticipated. And I kind of did some shortcuts with the editing to get around the copyright, and I wouldn't do that now. I'd do it very differently. I'd do it more like how I did my Dread video, whereby I wasn't using other movies. When I do positive reviews, I just want to use the footage from that movie as much as I can, or still shots or something. So I'd almost be tempted to remaster that Scum video just because I was unhappy with the video edit. And Vincenzo Bonadonna, thanks for enlightening me on Scum. Yeah, great movie, and it deserves, it deserves more coverage and more views than it gets. You know, Jihoon Shin, sorry that I couldn't give any super chat today. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Just I'm glad you're here, glad you're in the chat, and that's what matters. So thanks very much, man. S. McCullough, did you write the jokes in the Woke Awards? Yeah, I write everything. I write everything. I wrote all the jokes in the Woke Awards, and they they take a while. I mean, I had a list of the last Woke Awards. I had a list of jokes, and I was writing them throughout the year. Whenever a good joke would come to me, I'd write it down, and then most of them do come out when I'm writing the script, though. And I do go through several drafts. I mean, the most difficult part of my videos is the script, and I work very hard on them, and they take a lot of time. And I redraft them and redraft them and redraft them. Like my Dread video, the first draft of that was just poor. It was just bad. It was very poorly structured, and I had to completely restructure it. And that took a lot of work. That Dread script was very difficult. Took a lot of work. Lord Alchfifth Flowers. My dad was a big fan of Judge Dredd comic books. So when the movie came out, he told me not to watch it. It's terrible. There's a video convinced me to watch it, and I loved it. You're talking about the Judge Dredd movie from 1995, or my Dredd? I'm not sure, because we've kind of been talking about both in the throughout this live stream. Mysterious Stranger. Why do you think Joker 2 was as bad as it was? I was thinking about this today. So when I start out a script, I don't put any pressure on myself. I just kind of note down my initial thoughts and the main problems. And what I was coming up with for why Joker 2 was as bad as it was. Oh, you're talking about what, like the outside the production? Like, what was Todd bullied by his associates to walk back the character? We'll know eventually. The internet sleuths are on it, and I trust the sleuths. They'll find out what happened. They'll find out what the fuck happened with this production, because it's a bomb. It bombed horribly, and the second weekend drop off is going to be astounding. It's going to be a massive drop off, and it's going to be glorious to behold. Fucking hate that movie, and I'm so glad it flopped. And I predicted it would flop. I predicted it would flop in my Dread video, so I'm glad to be right as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really in that space whereby I don't go behind the scenes to do the research of the everyday stuff, like the Doomcock stuff. But it'll come out. It'll come out as to what exactly happened. How did this thing end up such a fucking disaster? Why in the name of God did they go with this awful script and this terrible idea for a musical? It's fucking bizarre, and I would love to know. So I'll be watching out for those videos telling us. And thank you, Mysterious Stranger, for the $5. Green Man XY gives me 5 CHF. I have no idea what that is, but thank you. Data analyst here. I'd love to support your deep dives with some thorough data analysis. Should I get in touch through your YouTube email? Yes. That would actually be quite useful, because I'm trying to be a bit more thorough in my research these days. So yeah, if you want to get in touch, you can contact me on Twitter or via my email. Rebusiness too. Your jokes are utterly hilarious. This channel's commentary, although I differ with some of your ideology, still compels me to check out what you're talking about pretty regularly. Thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoy the jokes. It should be entertaining. It should be funny. I think one of the biggest problems with a lot of the stuff that we see on YouTube is that it's just not entertaining. It's kind of boring to watch. It's too mid. So yeah, I'm glad that, and it's good to be able to make people laugh, to be able to give people a good laugh, have a fun time with the videos. That's the main thing, and not take it too seriously. I mean, I do take it seriously, but we do want to have fun as well. We want to be entertained, and we want to laugh, right? That's very, very important. That's no small thing. Thank you very much for the $10. Congrats on 100K. However, when is non-playable sheep getting his well-deserved raise? He'll, he's he's gonna get a few solo videos on when I make the second channel. He'll get like little 5-minute videos. 4 Candles. Enjoyed your Dread video. Did you make the video the same length as the film on purpose? No, I think it's actually longer than the film. The film is an hour 29 without credits, I think, and my video is an hour 34, something like that. So no, just a happy coincidence. But the video could have been a lot longer, to be honest. But I was encouraged by the efficiency of Dread to just get on with it. Not give too many examples, not belabor my points too much, and just get on with it. Try to emulate the efficiency of Dread in the video itself. I wanted to do that. So remember, Bubblebutt says, I was passing by the main building at my college when I saw some people protesting. I later found out they were protesting tampons being removed from the men's bathroom in the library. Of course they were. Because what better way to spend your time than to protest the removal of tampons from the men's bathroom? It's just sad, man. Some people just have absolutely their time is so fucking worthless that they can do things like that. Nothing you can do for these people. It's just pathetic and it's sad. When I was in uni, I made a conscious choice to have nothing to do with student politics. Nothing. Because I knew that it was a LARP. Right. Even then, like I was left wing because of course I was fucking left wing. I was an 18-year-old. But even then I knew that student politics was a dumb LARP. It was just a bunch of wankers wanking themselves off to the sound of their own voice, basically. Student politics is such it's such performative shite. It's pure theater, and it has absolutely no effect on anything or anyone. Lord Auschwitz flyers. I agree with Danny Boy. When is the rest of the diverse cast getting increased compensation? We'll see. Hold on, guys. I'm dying for a drink of water here. Back in a second. The rest of the cast are fairly compensated, and I'm hoping to add Davis from Scum to the cast. He will feature in the Joker video. He'll feature quite a lot, actually. So we'll see how you react to Davis, and maybe we can promote him into the team. Watch as many Alan Clark movies as you can. You will not be disappointed. The guy was right up there with Kubrick, and the only reason he isn't better known is because he died young. I absolutely intend to, man. So, yeah, definitely got to get into more Alan Clark movies. Ji-Hoon Shin, anti-white cultists are historically illiterate degenerates. Yes, they are. Felonious Hack, can you do the sexy librarian thing? Take off your glasses and shake out your hair. I'll do it for you, Felonious Hack, and I'll try to stylize it a bit. How's that? Did my hair go flowing off like that in every direction? All right. So, Strider, are you planning a wrap now, man? I could not be fucked with Rings of Power Season 2. The thing is, I'm sure it would do good numbers, but there's too many other things I really want to get to. There's projects that I find very interesting, projects of stuff that is not well known, good and bad, bad stuff that kind of got away with it because no one talked about it on YouTube, or it came out before anti-establishment film criticism was really big on YouTube. And then there's the women talkings of the world, just horrible movies that that nobody watched, so they didn't comment on. And I've got some stuff like that I want to do. There's tons of Rings of Power videos out there. I don't want to be one of those channels that just does the current thing. Oh, we're talking about the Acolyte now. I'll do an Acolyte video. We're talking about Rings of Power. I'll do a Rings of Power video. I find that to be predictable and dull. I like the fact that my videos can take you by surprise, and I like to throw the odd curveball. I'll do the mainstream stuff as well. I will do essentially bandwagon topics. If like Joker season 2, I think it will do well, but I also want to talk about that movie. There are things I want to talk about, very specific criticisms I have, but not I can't do every bandwagon topic, and Rings of Power season 2 is just one that I don't want to do because I'm so bored of the show. I'm even bored of criticizing it, and I feel like I would be repeating myself from my other Rings of Power video. There's simply too many other topics I want to get to, so Rings of Power can rot in hell. It'll show up in the Worst of Woke Awards for sure, but it won't be getting a dedicated video. Love the way you have with words. Which books would you recommend to improve that skill for a non-native speaker? I mean, any book that you enjoy is going to help you improve in the language you're reading in. when I was studying French, I read all sorts of books in French. I read a lot of Murakami books in French because I enjoyed the books. So whatever you enjoy reading, just read that in English, and that's it. Don't fucking read Harry Potter, please. Please don't. Okay, read something else. Read, read Murakami. He's good. I thought 1Q84 was amazing. I want to reread that. That was a really it was the cognitive effect that it elicited in me. It's an incredible book, and I still don't really even know why, but it's so brilliantly written. I mean, it was written in Japanese. I read the English version. I'll never read the Japanese version, but what I read, no, sorry, I read the French version, but what I read was incredible, right? It was amazing. So just read something that really engages you, and that will help you to improve. And that's the main thing. As long as you're engaged and you're enjoying it. Steve Edmonds gives me £5. Pop quiz: what cover versions do you prefer over the original? For me, Last Caress by Metallica and Valerie by Amy Winehouse. All Along the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix and I Shall Be Released by the band, both written by Bob Dylan. And his versions were pretty good, but the Jimi Hendrix and band versions of those songs were definitive. And their versions are, two of the greatest recordings ever made. Have you ever seen the Pete Travis movie, Oma? I have, yeah. Um, let me just make sure it's the right movie we're talking about here, because I think it is. Yes, I've seen it. That's a very good movie, and James Nesbitt's in it, right? Have a look. Is he? Because the one I saw, or is he? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one, because there's a few movies called Oma. There's a few TV movies, and there's a few feature films. So maybe this is a different one. I'm not sure. I might have seen it because I've seen a couple of movies about the Oma bombing. I've seen the best one I've seen is the one with James Nesbitt. Strider, are you planning a Rings of Shit season 2 video? No, but I do have other really good stuff. I know you've got there's a lot of really good Rings of Power season 2 content out there. Random Film Talk, he's got great videos on it. I'll be doing different stuff, and you'll enjoy it. You will enjoy the alternatives. If you by the time the video's finished, the one that I've got planned, I'm sure you'd rather that than just another Rings of Power video. It's going to be good, believe me. Mysterious Stranger for $2. What's your best and worst movies of the 2020s? Oh Jesus! For the worst movies, just look at my worst awards videos, and the best movies so far. Godzilla -1 might be the best movie of the 20s so far. And I can't think of any other movies that I would really regard as a masterpiece. I did love The Iron Claw. Thought that was a terrific movie from last year. And this year I've really enjoyed, The Substance I've talked about a couple of times on this stream. That's a bizarre movie, but I did really like that. But the 20s has been the worst decade pretty much in film history. I think we can all agree so far. So I unfortunately don't have a great deal to recommend, and that's just the reality of it. When did you move from the left to the right? Anything in particular that initiated it? Just getting older and reading more and learning more about economics, learning more about politics, and seeing in real time the effects of left-wing policies and accepting that they aren't good ideas, and that when you're considering what your political stance should be, you should not be approaching it from an emotionalist perspective, but rather from the perspective of what, practically speaking, is going to be an effective policy. And then it goes one level beyond that. You can approach it from an emotional level again once you've learned the fundamentals of economics. And when you do, you realize, like Thomas Sowell has said this, that he is an extremely empathetic man, and he believes that if you want to approach politics from an empathetic perspective, you should be conservative, because those are the policies that will create wealth and happiness for people, and left wing policies will create poverty and misery. And that's just a fact, and that he demonstrates that extensively in his work. And I know that a lot of people like to say, "Oh, the right left spectrum is a whole crock of shit, and they're all the same." I find that argument is quite pretentious. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking about allowing people to keep their wealth, free market policies versus a planned economy based on massive government liabilities and high taxes, which creates poverty and misery, as it has in the UK, for example. Adam McGrath, can you think of any other content creator who loves his fans this much and talks to them regularly on live stream? You don't get this from Nerdrotic or Snarky or Disparate Despot loves his subjects. Thank you very much, Adam McGrath. I don't do this regularly. This is my first live stream in ages. I was just busy with everything and busy making my videos. But I do want to do this once a month because I'm not doing premieres anymore because they don't seem to be popular. In fact, they seem to be very unpopular. But it's better to just post the videos, and if you want to talk to them, don't do it in the chat in a premiere. Just do a live stream. So I'll try to do this once a month. Although I might do it with a guest on. So it's me and another guest, and we're just responding to the chat together, like that, and that also helps because it means I don't have to speak for say 4 hours straight. We can kind of share that. So I would like to do that as a monthly thing. Again, I was doing a little show called the Despots Tribunal for a while. I might like to bring that back, but make it more sort of chat based and just focus on the chat rather than having a set list of topics that we discuss. Delray Johnson gives me $5. Thank you very much, Delray. See my 2 comments above, Tarantino and comedy. Okay, let's find these comments from Delray. So he says, the death of comedy movie in the 2010s. Well, I mean, it was part of the wokeification of entertainment. You can't make jokes about anything anymore because jokes offend someone somewhere. Therefore, it's bad. And you can have comedy. You can make fun of white people and conservatives and Christians, and that's about it. And that's not funny because that's coming from a regime approved, establishment endorsed place, and that's not funny. You can't be funny and regime approved at the same time, right? Because where's the edge? You're essentially just bullying in the guise of a comedian. Jon Stewart does that. He's a bully, and he pretends to be a comedian, but really he's just a regime mouthpiece and pretending to be, a real comedian, and he's not. He's a coward, and he's a disgrace to comedy, and he's a disgrace to artists, and he's a traitor because he betrayed his art and just hocked his ass to the regime. Dale Ray Johnson, how Tarantino destroyed film with the pastiche method of stitching together scenes from other movies to create an original films. I know that he's very imitated. I wouldn't say he destroyed movies because he's not responsible for how other people respond to his movies because he is very imitated, and every second fucking indie filmmaker wants to be Tarantino. A good comparison would be Nirvana. Nirvana had a very detrimental influence on music when they came out because they didn't have necessarily a positive influence on music. They just created thousands of little mini Nirvanas all over the world. 3 and 4 piece bands that started wearing baggy clothes and singing like this and doing the grungy guitar thing and being very performative on stage with their kind of slacker antics, fuck. And I know what I'm talking about because I saw those bands as a kid and it was so fucking cringe. But you can't blame Nirvana for that. It's not their fault that they were imitated by all these wannabes. Same with Tarantino. You can't really blame him for being imitated by so many wannabe indie filmmakers. Brian Badonde, Despot was defos in one of those bands. I was in a couple of bands, but we were good. We were genuinely good. I mean, we were musically proficient, and we didn't engage in just performative stage antics. We just got up there, we played the fucking music, and we played it well. But I wasn't in any sort of grunge band. We were a pretty modern band. We did pop and rock, but like modern stuff. Adam McGrath, Nirvana was the last decent mainstream rock and roll band. Oh no, I don't agree with that. I think there were tons of great bands after Nirvana. Smashing Pumpkins, Radiohead, Blur, Oasis, The Killers, Arcade Fire, to name a few. And those are all great bands. And then there's the second tier bands. I mean, Pulp is another great band, and they did some great rock. I mean, that's rock and roll as fuck, Danny Coot, it's sad that Nirvana have essentially become a t-shirt band today. Probably best Kurt isn't here to see it. Yeah, I mean, it was a great loss. It's always sad when a young man like that dies, especially leaving a daughter behind. It would have been better if he hadn't died, obviously, for that reason. Mostly, for his daughter, so that she could have her dad. Hey, Despot, love your videos and the Echo Chamber. Any chance you make a review for Ender's Game? Maybe a drive-by praise? Ender's Game? I've never thought about doing a video for Ender's Game, but I do like it, and I might mention it at some point, possibly as a kind of positive contrast example against some piece of shit sci-fi movie I'm talking about. I'm sure I'll get to it at some stage, but I doubt I'd ever do a dedicated video on it. Viper, Despot, I didn't hear your answer to my question because the sound cut out. Do you mind answering again? What was your favorite decade for films and your favorite director? Thanks for getting me to repeat that, Viper. So my favorite decade is the 90s, and my favorite filmmaker is Steven Spielberg because he creates the most entertaining, most rewatchable movies across a very wide variety of genres. So, he can do sci-fi, like kind of psychological sci-fi with Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he also did adventure with the Indiana Jones movies. And, he can do almost horror with Jaws, but like satirical horror. It's a fucking incredible movie. And of course, you've got the drama with Catch Me If You Can and war movies, Saving Private Ryan, which I don't actually like that much these days. Saving Private Ryan, I find to be quite propagandistic and and badly dated. But he's done so many amazing, like AI. AI is a co-production he did with Kubrick. I mean, Kubrick was dead, but he used Kubrick's storyboards, and he was very, very faithful to Kubrick's storyboards, and he did an amazing job. He really brought Kubrick's vision to life, and he's done so many great movies. He really is, in my opinion, the best filmmaker, the greatest storyteller. And yeah, that's it. And just love his stuff. I love Spielberg's movies. It is an obvious choice. I mean, he says it here. Made 566. I was thinking Steven Spielberg. It's an obvious choice, but it's obvious for a reason. Exactly. Kubrick as well. The only thing about Kubrick is he didn't make that many movies, although his movies are all incredible. But yeah, he'd maybe be number 2 for me. Kubrick would be number 2, but it's obvious. But yeah, like M says, it's obvious for a reason. So that's why. Stephen Headley, or Headley, not sure how you pronounce that, Stephen. Don't go all in on YouTube. I have a 4-year-old boy who has to walk through the hall of LGBT, etc. pride to get into his school. Jesus Christ, that's so depressing, man. And I really am sorry to hear that, because it's just pure indoctrination, just indoctrinating kids with this disgusting ideology that encourages sterility. Because when it comes down to it, when you get past all the flags and colors and all that horrible nonsense, the LGBT cult is just a sterility cult. It's a cult that celebrates people that have sterile lifestyles, people who don't have children. Why? Why are you celebrating these people? They're not contributing to the next generation of mankind. We need people to have kids, and we should be honoring and praising the people that do sacrifice to have children and to raise that next generation, because we need that. Why do we live in a society where the opposite is praised? That is backwards, and it's bizarre, and I absolutely despise it. Sorry your kid has to walk through that every day, man. I know that must be very tough, but I think part of that is to demoralize you. It's to damage you psychically as much as possible in a constant, and it has to be constant as well. Like the demoralization must be constant. That's part of it. Blue Black Op. Do you think Disney will show the restraint that has been recommended to them? Not Lucasfilm, no. Disney, I think they're already showing it in that they fired what's her name? I'm perfectly happy to forget her name. The woman who was in charge of Disney Animation, she was fired, and they have basically reined in the woke activists in Pixar, but not Lucasfilm. Kathleen Kennedy has too much power, and she's too well connected to the mainstream media, and they'll never ever change. And I don't think she's going anywhere for years. She's going fucking nowhere. So, Disney Lucasfilm, no. The rest of Disney, they might not be as political as they have been, but that's not to say their content's going to be any good. So, for example, Inside Out 2, it's not a preachy movie, it's not a political movie, nor is it particularly good. It's a very average movie. You know, don't expect anything good from Disney for a very long time. Israel, what TV show did you celebrate or are waiting to end or has ended? I'm waiting for Teen Titans Go to end, and I will make sure I watch the final episode of that absolute trash show. I would quite like Rings of Power to just stop existing. I think it would be honorable of Amazon, to the extent that they have any honor, to just take the L and throw in the towel and stop making that show. Just stop wasting people's time and money on it. It's awful. It's garbage. You lost. Okay. The chuds and the haters and the bigots that you went to war with in season 1, well, it turns out they were right. If you'd listened to them, season 2 might not be as fucking awful as it was. Jesus, I'm so sick hearing about Rings of Power. I hate that show. Steve Edmonds, what are your thoughts on Yuri Bezmenov? Who's Yuri Bezmenov? I'm recognized that name. The Soviet defector who talked about Soviet propaganda. That interview he did was amazing. And that's, of course, he talks about social demoralization and how it has to be constant. And he warned us, he told us everything that was going to happen. Everything he said is right. If you have not watched the YouTube video on Yuri Bezmenov, go watch it because it's fucking mind-blowing. Mo Sislak, thank you very much for this super chat and all the super chats you've given me tonight. Mo Sislak, very much appreciated. Can you give your take on Saving Private Ryan? I haven't watched the film in years. Okay, I will give my take. As a war action movie, it's incredible. It looks amazing. The first 30 minutes of Saving Private Ryan are some of the best 30 minutes of film in existence. It's incredible. And that final battle scene as well is amazing. And the scenes between the Americans are really good. They feel naturalistic. The dialogue feels real and organic. A lot of dialogue, it's overwritten, and it kind of sounds good and catchy, but it's not something you would necessarily say in everyday speech because it's too polished. But Saving Private Ryan gets that right. It really does feel naturalistic. It feels like a bunch of soldiers talking to each other. Not that I would know what soldiers say to each other, but it feels like that, right? And it feels naturalistic. And it looks beautiful. The problem I have with Saving Private Ryan is that the Germans are treated so unfairly. They're depicted as essentially monsters. They're all over the age of 35. Like they're at least in their late 30s. Like most of them are in their 40s. They all have brutal, harsh-looking faces, and they're all unshaved heads. In fact, 2 of the soldiers look so similar that a lot of people think it's the same character, and it's not. It's just that's the people that Steven Spielberg wanted to cast as the Germans. These brutes, essentially. And they're all very cruel, and they're callous, and they're cold. And there's a scene at the end of the opening scene where 2 German soldiers are murdered trying to surrender, and it's just laughed off. And it's like the American soldiers get to have brothers. They get to have conversations and sweethearts back home, but the German soldiers don't. No, the German soldiers are just monsters with ugly faces and skin heads. And it's tremendously unfair because the vast majority of German soldiers serving in France were just doing their duty to their country, and they were conscripts. They were conscripted into the Wehrmacht. Okay, they weren't, members of the Nazi party or anything. They were just Germans who were conscripted to go fight for their country by their government. And they're treated, I think that Spielberg's treatment of them is so horrible and so unfair. And that's my main problem with that movie. And that's what I think is so dated about it. Alan Smith, Czech soldiers who were surrendering in Czech saying they were conscripted or similar. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't speak Czech, obviously. I thought they were speaking German. Sturman, have you seen Full Metal Jacket? I would like to hear your thoughts on both halves of the movie. I've seen it many times. I might have seen Full Metal Jacket 20 times. I know it very well. And my favorite half was, God, I don't even know because they're both so good. The first half is the most iconic, obviously. The second half less so, but still incredible. And then the last scene in particular it's hypnotic the way it just builds and builds and builds and builds. And then when Joker pulls the trigger and shoots the Vietnamese girl, it's like this tension just shatters. It's incredible. Full Metal Jacket's one of the greatest movies ever made. Do you know who does really good Kubrick analysis? Rob Egger. His channel is called Collative Learning. And I'll write it in the chat for anyone who's interested in checking him out. Collative Learning. He does the best Kubrick analysis on YouTube. He's fucking excellent. Rob Egger, yeah, he's brilliant. Mysterious Stranger for $4.99. Thoughts on the end game? What the end game is for activists in the entertainment industry? Is it some political ideological goal or is it just a power trip? Well, I mean, bear in mind, they're not some monolithic group. We mustn't make the same mistake that they make when they talk about like toxic fandoms. They talk about toxic fandoms as if it's a group of guys in a basement, on computers. It's ridiculous the way they speak about them as if they're this monolith. The activists, they're not necessarily a monolith. It's just that the entertainment industry is absolutely full of people who are very left-wing in their thinking and who honestly believe that it's almost immoral of them not to use movies and TV shows as an opportunity to do the right thing and say the right thing and speak truth to power. And they really believe that. They think they are standing up and speaking truth to power and standing against the establishment by filling their shows with this shite. A lot of them do. They're called, Lenin called these people useful idiots. And then some of the higher ups are more aware that, well, actually, that's part of the establishment and that they are mouthpieces for the establishment and they're very much there to create this propaganda. Their main function is social engineering. So I would say Bob Iger understands that. He's an intelligent man. He understands that Disney's main function is as a propaganda mouthpiece for, BlackRock, for example, and the messages that they want pushed. He understands that that is the primary function of Disney in the world right now, and he's quite happy for that to be Disney's primary function. I would say, I don't know about Kathleen Kennedy because she's clearly a moron, so I don't know if she's aware that she's a regime mouthpiece and propagandist. I don't know. But it's an interesting question because I've seen some interviews with her and she just seems like such a pea-brained idiot. There's an interview where she's saying something like, I would turn to George and I'd say, I think the main character should be a woman. And in her mind, this is profound. She is a moron. So I don't know what her crack is, but these entertainments, what's their end game? I mean, they're putting themselves out of business, man. Even fucking BlackRock can't bankroll this. Like 400 million for Concord, 300 million for the Acolyte, and that's just 2 productions alone. Like, Jesus, that cash, fucking cash. BlackRock's wealth is in the stock market. They don't have that kind of, even BlackRock don't have that kind of cash. I'm telling you, man, they can't keep doing this. They cannot keep putting themselves out of business like this. It's all coming crashing down. Look at what happened with Joker 2. Joker 2, they decided that they were gonna own the fucking chuds. You liked Joker 1, you liked that fucking the incel depiction of the Joker. Well, fuck you. You know what? Give us your money, pay for your movie ticket, sit your ass down, and watch this piece of fucking shit movie and like it. You fucking incel chud. Well, guess what? Your movie fucking bombed. Sounds so good just saying it. Fuck them. I love it. And I hope the second weekend drop off is 75% plus. It's going to be so beautiful to behold that movie burn to the ground because it deserves it. Fuck Warner Bros. What a terrible movie. Maybe that is the worst movie of the year, you know, because The Crow, as bad as The Crow is, the final scene where he goes and kills all the people in the opera, it was hilariously terrible. I couldn't figure out if they were trying to be funny. Like, is this supposed to be funny? Because I was laughing my ass off, and then I figured out what they were doing. They were aping The Godfather. The opera and The Crow embracing his darker side as he goes and kills all these people. They were trying to do The Godfather. They were trying to create a cinematic callback to the final scene in The Godfather where Michael embraces his dark side and you've got the organ music and his assassins out killing people. They were doing that. That's what they were doing. And it's hilarious because it was so bad and it came off so poorly. Oh, fuck. But because it had that hilariously bad final scene, I'll give it a pass on being the worst movie. Borderlands, it's either Borderlands or Joker 2 for me. Fucking Borderlands. It's hilariously, is it hilariously terrible or is it just awful? All I'm saying, man, I've got to think about it a bit more, but Joker 2 might be my worst movie of 2024. Not even kidding. Blowing up for film TV like Asmongold's did for video games. You ever watch his stuff? Ever think of doing videos on different mediums? No, I'm not going to step into like day-to-day politics, and I don't think I would do video games. If my videos were 10 minutes long, maybe, because then I could get to many more topics. But when I have as few topics to get to as I'm able to, like I could maybe do 15, 16 videos in a year. That's not many videos and that's not many topics. So I have to be very selective and I have to keep it focused on movies and TV shows and the culture that surrounds that. And I'm quite happy to just stay in that space. Catwalker, greetings from Finland, Despot. Are you going to do more streams with Nerdword? I would like to. So I want to start. My little live show, the Tribunal, up again, and just have it 2 or 3 people engaging with the chat and maybe talking around a lot, a few topics. So I would like to have her on again because I really enjoyed our conversation. So I want to do a bit more live stuff going forward. So I would hope that we can do another one. Mr. Wonderful Wisdomus Wondertainment says, you don't understand Despot isn't a corporation in the traditional sense. They are, I think he means Disney. They are a palace or corporate sentiment. It doesn't matter what loss they take. Their want is to rot away all human sentiments. A lot of it is subsidized. There's no question that a lot of the propaganda we've been getting over the past 10 years, they've made it knowing that they're going to have to eat some losses. The point I'm making is that the losses have become so extreme. They've become so massive that they simply can't keep doing this because you're talking about cash, right? The value of these companies is mostly their stock, and their budget is limited. They can't keep burning money like this, and they're getting themselves like the video game studio that made Concord is done. That game studio, Firewalk Studios or something, I can't remember what they're called, but they're out of business. They're gone, and the main lead devs on that game, they're never going to work on a big project again because they were involved in Concord. Concord is going to be a black mark on their resume forever, and there's lots and lots of instances of that. When you're losing this much money, it simply becomes unsustainable, and it has become unsustainable. And I think that Hollywood and the establishment are. I mean, it's not even a case of they're getting the message that people don't want propagandistic shite for entertainment. They have no choice but to accept that fact because they've simply lost too much money and they need to get back to making money, or they're all going to go out of business, and they fucking know it. Thyrax, are you obviously as big a fan of Yes as I am? Which album is your favorite? I did try to listen to their 70s stuff when I was making that Acolyte video. I listened to some of it and I didn't like it at all. But I did prefer, I mean, Open Your Eyes isn't that bad an album. It's got some decent stuff on it, but I haven't listened to much beyond that because I don't like prog rock. The only prog rock I like is really Pink Floyd and, well, is Led Zeppelin prog rock. Anyway, but even Pink Floyd, my favorite Pink Floyd album by far is Dark Side of the Moon, which it is prog, but it's nowhere near as prog as, say, um, Wish You Were Here, which I also love. Actually, I actually love Wish You Were Here, although not as much as Dark Side of the Moon. And they're more experimental 60s stuff. I don't like. So I'm not a big fan of prog rock. It's too calculated for me. I mean, a great Rick Beato quote is "Thought is the enemy of feel," something like that. And it's like if you think too much about music, it kind of loses a bit of heart and a bit of emotion, and it becomes more mechanical and machine-like. And that's kind of how I feel about prog rock. And I understand that's the appeal of it for many people, but yeah, not a big fan of prog and never was. Oh yeah, Scum the Musical. We talked about that earlier. Max Barker, have you watched any anime? There's a few I'd like. I think you'd like Monster Tex. I can't even pronounce that. Tex Hinols and Kaji Ultimate Survivor. Oh, I really want to watch Death Note. That's one that I really want to get to because I did a Simpsons video last year in which I talked about a Simpsons adaptation of Death Note, and it made me really intrigued. I really want to watch that anime. So I definitely want to get to that. But thank you for your recommendations. Um, let's have a look. Bike is the best Pink Floyd song, says Lajonge or Lajonge, or how do you pronounce that? Siba, fancy a wee profile in the style of your favorite show. Give me the show and I'll sort ye out with a rundown in that very style. Okay, great man, thanks. Alan McGrath, watch the original Japanese, not the. Oh man, that fucking Death Note live action movie. That was disgusting. That was so bad. I mean, Willem Dafoe was good in it. The movie itself was terrible, and the main kid they had playing the main character, he was fucking dreadful. It's like, what garbage bin did they pull that actor out of? My God, that was just another example of American media desecrating the Japanese source material. It was sick. Fuck me, it was bad. If you want to have a bad time, if you want a good hate watch, go watch Death Wish, Netflix Death Wish. It's fucking awful. Just disgustingly bad. Now, this man whose name I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce, unknown. I didn't mean Twitter. People can't write long enough sentences there. It's a horrible platform. Well, I don't post on X. I couldn't be fucked. I don't have time anyway. And French, hold on. Freck Hörnchen says, you certainly can. It's subjective after all. All I'm saying is that it doesn't have to be objectively bad. Maybe that's just people talking to each other in the chat. I'm not sure. Text Knowles is probably the most soul-crushing anime there is. There's a point to it completely, but it's one of those things that, like Come and See, where sort of hollows you out a bit. Okay, interesting. Brian Bedonde, I wonder if the Despot can act. What roles would he play? I can't act. And although I do a little bit of acting on my channel, I do my voices. I did voices in my Acolyte. I played Jackie and Yord in my Acolyte video. I did the voices for them. Oh, and I did Dread in my last video. I did a like the very end of the video. You can hear me doing my voice acting for Dread. So I do a little bit of voice acting on my channel. It's good fun, It's more fun than using AI. AI, it's very flat. You can use it sometimes for voices, but if you want to be very emotional or do a very specific emotion like anger, especially anger, then you really have to just get in there and do the voice. And I enjoy those little voice acting moments. They're fun. Do you a Frank Spencer impression? Who's Frank Spencer? Do I know this person? Frank Spencer. I don't recognize him. He looks British. Yeah, and your pitches sometimes have voices. Yeah, my pitches, I'll do wee voices. Freck, thanks for the discussion, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, 100%. John, I got a bit trouble, Betty. I'm gonna wrap it up soon, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up in the next 5 minutes because I'm fucking exhausted. It's 1:38. It's 1:40 a.m. 1:40 a.m. over where I am, and I need to get up to do the echo chamber in. I'll get 6 hours of sleep if I'm lucky. Not even. So I will. I'll wrap things up, but I'll do a few more. I'll do a few more of these. Peter Ironborn, my great despot, Italian here. I lived in Dublin for a year and I loved it. You have my utmost respect, and I want to ask, what do you think about the movie Memphis Belle? I've not seen Memphis Belle. I've heard it mentioned, but unfortunately I'm sad to report that I can't answer that question. Viper Clive, Attack on Titan, please. Drinker already gave his review on it. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it because I hear great things about it. There's another channel I really like. I can't remember the name right now, but it's a writing channel, and he has also recommended Attack on Titan, so I definitely want to watch it. Anthony Jacob, don't watch Death Note. Once you realize the main protagonist has magical powers in the world with no magical powers, how are they going to prove it's him? No, man, I've got to know. I'm too curious about Death Note. Before you wrap and get your kimchi, what do you think of Days of Thunder? I have not seen Days of Thunder, unfortunately. Mr. Despot, have you seen the British The Avenger series from 1960s? No, I've already watched British TV, and I certainly wouldn't watch British TV that old, to be perfectly honest. My 4-year-old son walks through a hall of LGBT pride to get into his school. Keep the counterbalance, Despot for King of the World. Stephen, if I'm elected Despot of the world, the first thing I will do is clean out that school corridor. That you can consider that my election promise. Peter Ironborn, thank you, oh so merciful Despot. Have a good evening, and I can't wait for your next video. Yes, it's going to be Joker. It's got to be, really, doesn't it? I mean, if it's the worst movie of the year, let's face facts here, son. It is. So it needs a dedicated video. It's the movie of this year that I've hated the most. I'll say that, even if it isn't pound for pound the worst, it's the most despicable. So it deserves a video. Adam McGrath, Despot, just out of interest, are you a fan of Smurfs? I watched it a bit as a kid. I didn't like it much. Okay. And Despot, please watch Mr. In Between. I think you'll love it. All right. I will give it a watch if I can. Thank you for the recommendation. And you probably should watch more older stuff. I know. I know. I do try to balance the modern track that I have to watch with some of the better older stuff. Like I will be watching Alan Clark's movies. I need to watch all of his movies, definitely. And Mr. Wonderful Wisdomous Wonderment. I feel like we have to admit we're grading on a curve. Joker isn't straight up the worst. It just hurts the worst. I know. I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not pound for pound the worst made film. And there are good, like Brendan Gleeson's brilliant in it. And there's a really good court scene with the midget and Joker. And the cinematography is nice, and that's it. But it is a dreadful movie. Like, it's fucking awful. Mo Sislak, just watched Maverick, please. This type of movie we're missing. Congrats again. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll try to check out these different recommendations. Something ain't right with the system that shows you comments. Okay, well, that's nothing I can do about it if there's a problem with the comment system, unfortunately. Paul Phoenix, I second the other guy's recommendation of Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. The animation style is odd, but the story is excellent. Cool. I mean, yeah, we'll see how my anime goes. I will watch Attack on Titan and Death Note, and then I'll take it from there. Hopefully, I can watch some more anime. And I know a lot of people are watching a lot of anime at the minute just because Western entertainment is so shite now that they have to go to other places to be entertained and to get get entertainment and to get something good to watch. How shit do you think 28 years later will be? I don't know the first thing about it. I haven't done any research on it. I don't know anything about 28 years later. So I will reserve judgment until I see a trailer. And I'm not optimistic, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that being a bit crap, but we'll see what happens. Can you have the Duke of Burgundy when your despotism conquers Europe? Sure, Stephen, you can have that's the least I can do for you for hanging in the chat so long. The Duke of Burgundy is yours. The Dukedom of Burgundy. Stephen, Duke of Burgundy. Board games are my favorite modern media. Do you love any? I love audiobooks. It's nice to chill out, listen to an audiobook, drink tea, and eat snacks. That's a guilty pleasure of mine. And yeah, it's enjoyable. Just sort of tune out from all the shite and listen to a good book. At the minute, I'm listening to The Third Realm by Karlova Knausgaard, who's a writer that I greatly admire because he's an excellent writer. I loved his Min Kampf series. That's brilliant. At least the first two books in that are brilliant. I kind of gave up when he started describing his teenage years. Was that the third book? Anyway, the first two books in that are incredible. So checking out Karlova Knausgaard at the minute. His most recent novel. Darren, congrats on the 100k subscribers, the new kid on the way, and the great Dread video. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. Here's something to keep non-playable sheep in the soy lattes to which he is a content. He'll fucking need it, man. I don't even think 10 years is going to cover a modern latte at Starbucks. You walk into a Starbucks now, and it's like, fuck me, it's like $15 for a coconut fried vanilla soy latte decaf frappuccino. I don't know, latte macchiato. Krang Pen Kong Tai, you're in South Korea. I am indeed Kong Tai in South Korea. Kerway, dear Lord, just a quick thought on Cyberpunk Edgerunners, please. I have not seen Cyberpunk Edgerunners, so I don't know. Ghostbusters Afterlife review in the near future. I really want to do a review of Ghostbusters Afterlife and Frozen Empire. I would like to do a sort of Ghostbusters Fall of a Franchise video because I fucking hated that last movie so much. I know I've been firing little jabs at it in my videos. I will have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. Gonna have to do a Ghostbusters video. I might do it. Maybe I can do it before the end of the year or in January, but I've got to get a Ghostbusters video out because I just despised that last movie so fucking much. I hated it. And it didn't get the hate that it deserved on YouTube. It needs more hate. It's criminally underhated. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for being with me over the course of the past 4 hours and for putting up with the shitty technical issues that I had at the start of the stream. Hopefully it's been a fun chat. I have thoroughly enjoyed being on here doing this live stream, and I will do it again for Halloween. I'm going to do a Halloween live stream. I'm definitely going to have a guest. I'm going to have a guest for my Halloween live stream because I did solo last year, and I want to have a guest this time. We're just going to discuss some fucking awful horror movies and some good ones too, and it'll be a fun time. So until then, hopefully I can get my Joker video out before then, although that's going to be tight. But we'll see what happens, if the script goes well. All right, everybody. All the best. I wish you a good night or evening or morning or whatever time it is in the world. Thank you for watching. Thank you to everyone for all the super chats. Very much appreciated. And thank you for 100,000 subscribers. All right. God bless. Take it easy.